Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Beatrice Okech from Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm excited to be here. I'm a youth advocate and the advocacy and campaign manager at Transform Health, and this year, I'm also part of the Youth Advisory Committee for the SNF Nostos. I'm super excited to be talking to you about something that affects many young people, access to sexual and reproductive health rights. So what does this really look like for young people globally, and how does it affect their lives? I hope to shed some light on the context of sexual and reproductive health among young people, especially in the wake of our generation's worst global health crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic. Like almost everything in today's society, reproductive health is one of the most contentious issues, and that's even before we talk about young people. Unequal access to these services continues to plague young people all over the world, divergent as they are. So picture this. There are 1.2 billion young people aged 15 to 24 right now. So that's about 16% of the global population. And by 2030, this number is projected to be at 1.3 billion. So just imagine how diverse the needs of young people are, ranging from information and access to contraceptives, menstrual health, STI treatment, pregnancy testing and care, safe abortion, and counseling services. At present, equitable access to reproductive health services and information is still not a reality for young people. Marginalized young people, such as those living with disabilities, those who identify as LGBTQIA, and those from low-income communities are even more disproportionately affected. To start with, many healthcare providers often lack respect for young people's decision-making and their right to privacy. Laws and policies in many parts of the world limit young people's access to these services, while harmful social norms and gender inequality continue to perpetuate stigma, shame, and misinformation. This is a reality that stings all too familiar for me and many young people around the world. To make matters worse, the access gap to these services is further widened by the issue of affordability. These services are often too expensive for us young people to afford, and in other cases, not covered by health insurance schemes. This was a truth I came to terms with the first time I was at my gynecologist's office seeking a long-term contraceptive method. So imagine my shock when I found out that many insurance schemes in my country do not cover a myriad of reproductive health services. So why is reproductive health excluded? Like most of you, I presume, I find this quite alarming. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. The emergence of the pandemic amplified these challenges. All of a sudden, financial priorities towards COVID-19 response led to contraceptive and HIV treatment stockouts in the global south. The stigma and fear associated with the virus also discouraged many young people from seeking access to healthcare centers. So more than ever before, young people were left to fend for themselves in a time of panic and uncertainty. Nevertheless, the pandemic laid bare one important fact. Global healthcare systems are inherently flawed and have not done enough to protect the young people they are meant to serve. This is why we can't bury our heads in the sand any longer. Young people, especially women and girls all over the world, are actively dismantling patriarchal systems that limit their agency over their reproductive health. But we cannot do it alone. We must empower young people to shift policy landscapes and dismantle social norms. Remember, young people are more than capable of curating solutions to modern-day problems and advocate for their meaningful inclusion in decision-making spaces for healthcare, emergency programs included. This way, we will realize better health outcomes and consequently, the achievement of the global goals. Today, I have the privilege to speak before leaders and trailblazers in the healthcare sector. Standing on the shoulders of my peers, I urge you not to tokenize the voices of young people. Rather, provide spaces for us to be at the forefront of the design and implementation of healthcare programs. All young people deserve access to equal reproductive health services to thrive. So join me today in making that a reality for everyone. Thank you. And now, it is my great privilege to usher us into the next session. While we've often heard so much about the lived experiences of cancer patients during their diagnosis and treatment, we rarely get to hear them share their stories 20 years later. So how does a cancer diagnosis at the age of 20 alter one's entire life's trajectory? It is my profound honor to introduce our next speaker, Lobel, a brilliant performer, curator, and educator for short talk inspired by his 20th cancerversary, in reverent recognition of that moment in which one's life post-cancer is longer than their life pre-cancer.
Hello! Evcharisto. Hi. It's the only Greek word I know, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the great honor of letting me speak to you today. Before I begin any performance or talk about cancer, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some very important people that often go unmentioned in these circles, those who have died and those for whom we grieve. I want to make sure that we're not only listening to the stories of survivors about this topic. I'm sad both that those members of our community have died, members of our cancer-speaking nation, a term I'll come back to later, and I'm sad their voices are no longer with us. I'm also sad they're not here to teach us about what we're getting right, what we're getting wrong, when we talk about cancer and what lies beyond. I think of my cancer community often, especially those that are no longer here, in particular my friends Gia Jones, Lara Veach, and a tremendous Greek artist, Vassilopoulos, who died a few years ago. I think of their voices often, and I hope that whatever I say today, and always on the subject, that I will make them proud. And also, before I start, I wanted to thank Beatrice for her lovely introduction. It was so nice to speak with her last month and hear about the work that Beatrice is doing. So few people take the wisdom and expertise of young people seriously. And Beatrice is forcing people to take her wisdom seriously because of that incredible work. As a young person with cancer 20 years ago myself, it was important to me to trust my own expertise that was emerging through my lived experience. So I encourage anyone that is a medical or healthcare professional in this room to just remember a time when you really listened to a young person, really set aside preconceptions based on age, and collaborated. I bet you can remember, and I bet you can remember how awesome it was. So I ask you to dig into that. I don't want to talk about anything that amazing today. I hope that's okay. But I want to talk to you about cancer and television. In Virginia Woolf's 1930 essay on being ill, she writes, in essence, that lying back in her sickbed when she was ill, she saw the clouds and their chaotic majesty as if for the first time. She took in the atmospheric dance that clouds were doing and realized that her sickbed and its angle brought her a unique perspective on Earth. Just as Virginia Woolf noticed the majesty of the clouds for the first time when she was ill, I learned the majesty of television. More specifically, I learned the majesty of binge-watching television. So it was during my time with cancer that I really got into television. Because I didn't always have a reliable television remote, the VHS or DVD box sets, I know, I'm very old, these box sets would often play for hours uninterrupted, or the real-world marathon would just roll from episode to episode, city to city, catfight to catfight, just like the goddess herself had intended. Today, when we talk about binge-watching television, we talk about the breadth of a binge. I watch so much TV so fast. But in the early 2000s, we were limited by the TV schedule that we were given and the amount of videotapes that we could comfortably fit on our shelves. And binge watching was more about the commitment to a strict television time schedule or to watching episodes over and over and over again. It is now my 20th cancerversary. I was 20 when I was diagnosed with testicular cancer, and now I'm 40, if you can believe it. I know, I'm a very youthful, very dateable 40. But thank you. I didn't know I was going to encourage audience participation, but applause on dateable Brian is really great. I was 7,646 days old when I was diagnosed with stage 3 metastatic testicular cancer, and it's been 7,782 days since I survived or finished active treatment. I've now officially lived more of my life after having cancer than I ever had before. A tipping point. So, to honor this anniversary, I'd like to speak to you about 20 years living after cancer in a mode that I learned from all of my television binge watching during cancer, the clip show. Now, the clip show, for those of you who are younger might not know, was an 80s and 90s staple of television sitcoms. This was the show, for example, where all the friends would sit in a cafe and wait for something while remembering good old times. And then we watch short, edited clips of jokes remembered something on a particular subject. Very little plot, lots of edited clips. Memories shared, friendships renewed, and always on an anniversary or special occasion. 50 episodes of a TV show, 100 episodes of a TV show, the departure of a character, the death of an actor. When I think of cancer now, it is like this clip show. Disembodied, decontextualized memories from 2001 and 2012 and 2007 and 2018. Memories of friendships started under difficult circumstances, the hilarity of gross stories, the soberness of sad times. Clip shows can and should hold a lot of emotion. So before I jump into this clip show, I just want to remind you that this is a clip show and not a very special episode. Now, if anyone knows what a very special episode, these were episodes, again, of 80s and 90s sitcoms that were taught to teach us something about a child with an abusive parent or an eating disorder. This is not something that we can learn from. Because I don't want to learn from this was one of the first lines that I wrote in my first play in 2003. I don't want to learn from this, 21-year-old Brian wrote. I don't want anyone to think that this is something they can learn from. I want to forget this. As quickly as possible, I want to go back to just being me. Me, me, me. Can we please talk about someone else? I know that I have cancer, and I'm exhausted. Exhausted. What I was of constantly comforting everyone else and convincing everyone else I was fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. My substitute sentence for I just want to run away from my treatments, from my families, from my doctors and my nurses. My doctors, my nurses. Those caregivers and lifesavers who allowed this story to have a happy ending and not a sad ending, and who would play with me when I was in the mood or would otherwise just leave me alone. The feeling of being in isolation at the hospital following weeks of not eating and of having a dangerously low white blood cell counts. All that I could do to the seconds clicking by as I lay in a bed attached to my monitor, not getting any better, and knowing all along that it is so much worse for other people. And trying so hard to count my blessings, but wondering if for me it was all too much. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'd be content with staying weak. So I work with a lot of teenagers and young adults with cancer in the UK, where I live now. And I often start with an exercise that I stole from sex education classes, where you write a question that you think is anonymous, you fold it, you pass it, and then you all read all these questions out. If you haven't done it, that's a free lesson I give to you. It's really great when you're working with groups. Here are the questions from a session with young people in Birmingham, England, 2015. Will people ever look at me as a person rather than a person who had cancer? Did I get cancer because of something I did or something I didn't do? Because my mom had it and I had it, does that mean my kids will have it? Can we talk more about sexuality when we talk about cancer? What does it feel like when you're in an MRI? Why me? How much money do I need to raise? Clip shows are a staple of the 80s and 90s sitcom, but cancer isn't a sitcom, obviously. It can be more like a horror series or a sporting event like a marathon or like a science fiction show that's so abstract because of new sounds and new sights and new worlds. I've created performances about cancer in many genres, but all the time I'm asked to return to the serious talk, the 44-minute drama. And usually it's about something called like the burden of cancer. I'm very giggly and friendly in real life. I paint my nails. I think I'm really fun to be around. And consistently over the last 20 years, everyone asks me to talk about the burden of cancer. It's a lot, but here we go. Cancer is big, it is scary, and in just 2 syllables can make a person shut down, shut off, and disengage. Understanding the word cancer itself is one of the biggest burdens of cancer because it means so many things to so many people in so many different ways. The word is both the topic of intense fascination and vile repulsion. The word is medical jargon, political posturing, ethical conundrums, personal traumas. The word is leukemia, melanoma, teratoma, mesothelioma, myeloma, sarcoma. The word is breasts, testicles, esophagi, bones, brains, ovaries, cervixes, retinas, pancreases, prostates, livers, colons, thyroids, and lungs. The word is, am I eating too many eggs or am I not eating enough eggs? Do I drink enough coffee? Do I drink too much coffee? The word is Herceptin, tamoxifen, cisplatinum, bleomycin, Decadron, Kadcyla. The word is chemotherapy, radiotherapy, immunotherapy, interventional radiology, BRCA1, BRCA2. It's Cancer Research UK, Macmillan, Teenage Cancer Trust, Maggie's, Mary Curie, Tenevis, Teenage Cancer America, Stupid Cancer, Canteen Ireland, Canteen Australia, Young Adult Cancer Canada, American Cancer Society, to name but a few in the English-speaking world. And now, obviously, SNF. The word is race for life, like the nights, Movembers, marathons, bikeathons, bakeathons. The word is just giving. The word is 4 cycles of treatment, 10 weeks off work, 100 mils, 20 pills, 5 hours of surgery, 50-50, 6 months, 2 to 3 years. The word is no makeup selfies, the fault in their stars, their farewell. The word is Jade Goody, Donna Summer, Henrietta Lacks, Lance Armstrong, Susan Sontag, Alan Rickman, David Bowie, Madeleine Albright, Henrietta Lacks, Lance Armstrong. The word is hairlessness, it is malignancy, it is vomit, it is suffering. If the word cancer is all of those things, and much more, it is no doubt that the word cancer, and carrying that word around, is the greatest burden of cancer. Just take a pause. So, I don't know about Greek celebrities and celebrity culture, and I can tell, as you can probably tell from all those English language references I just gave you in that last section. But something I've always wondered about, and I guess I'm presenting it, SNF is supporting the construction of 3 new hospitals. So the big question that I'm thinking about when you open those is, how does a celebrity know if they're famous enough to visit sick kids in a hospital? I would like to see data on this, or a PR report from SNF's strategy moving forward. It must be a unique honor, I would imagine, when you find out that finally you're famous enough to visit sick kids in hospital. It's something I'm thinking about a lot. In 2010, the New York Times published Picture Your Life After Cancer, a user-generated photo essay collecting stories and images from cancer survivors all over the world. Quote, for the estimated 12 million cancer survivors in the United States, some of life's biggest challenges begin after the treatment ends. The cancer experience can lead to a shift in priorities, bring new insights or work as a catalyst to quit a job or try something new, unquote. And most of the photographs deliver accordingly, with images of the Eiffel Tower, or snow-peaked mountains, or cycling races dominating the landscape, each accompanied by 50 to 100 words of explanation. In the blog below the photos, however, readers are able to submit comments on their photos. The majority of those comments are devoted to individuals promoting their own cancer blogs. Inside of these margins, a singular voice stood out to me. In the most pithy response to all the blog, a person identifying only as Claire wrote, right there in the middle, cancer ruined my fertility and my sex life. I was 26 when diagnosed. Life sucks now. Not what you were looking for? When I saw Claire's short statement, I felt gut-punched in a way that I hadn't since my abdominal surgery. I felt this person's pain, their anger, and I identified with Claire, not for a ruined sex life, I'm fine, but, thank you, appreciate getting the joke, but with being the weird one, the obnoxious one, the contrarian one, the one who will point out that life after cancer is not always triumphant, and that life after treatment is not always the same as life after cancer. I knew at this moment that I was not the only person who was negatively affected by the world's hunt for normal. Cancer is a country. Those with cancer speak dialects of the same language. We have shared experiences like hairlessness and shared milestones like diagnosis and the rhythm of treatment. But of course, those are different and not consistent for every cancer speaker, not for every cancer passport holder. But just like a country, there can be people that are way too nationalistic for me. The ribbon wearers, the marathon runners, the overly enthusiastic fundraisers. And as a Londoner who just lived through the Queen's Jubilee, I can attest to the dangers of too nationalistic a space. And I hate cancer jingoism. 12 years after reading Claire's statement, I realized more than ever that maybe she is my cancer compatriot, a model of rejecting cancer jingoism. Problematic? I'm a 20-year-old boy whose last concern should be bumpy balls. Problematic? A testicle as big and hard and bumpy as mine, I would say that that's something more than just problematic. In 2001, with my partner in crime, June Lin Go, we launched Sex with Cancer, the world's first sex toy shop and online resource for people living with and beyond cancer. Our press coverage reached over 1.5 million people. We've sold thousands of pounds of sex toys. We've commissioned 5 artists. We've taught multiple classes for nurses and doctors and students and patients. And I know that someone in this room at this conference, wants to fund Sex with Cancer's next steps. Yes? Yes? See a hand there? Yes? Yes, 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 yeah. Sex with Cancer, come talk to me afterwards. I'll give you a badge about it. I can't not speak at a conference like this SNF Nostos Conference and not do a little pitch for my own project. I hope that's okay. Thank you. I wrote a book that came out just before the pandemic, Theater and Cancer, and I finished it with a glossary of different words related to cancer. I'll just work through a few of them, and then I'll wrap up. When you arrive for a testicular cancer surgery and someone is playing the flute in the waiting area, well, I have no doubt that some people might find comfort in hearing a volunteer flute player in the hospital waiting area. I don't want to be a person whom other people think they need to comfort. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Promise. This is a note for the new SNF hospitals. You might want to review your flute playing policies. When I'm thankful for the awareness-raising advertisement in my college dorm room shower reminding me to perform a testicular cancer self-exam, and when I'm enraged anytime I'm asked to buy something or wear something for the sake of awareness. When I know what I look like walking down the street, 2/3 of my original body weight, bald, eyes sunken into my head, looking like a walking reminder of death. And when I reflect on the many friends I have whose cancers do not look like cancer, and how much easier it would be for them if they could just look a bit sicker, and thus more deserving of time off, of special treatment, and of the love that comes with a visible illness. When I continue to write multiple sequels to Ball because I wasn't over it, and some people wanted me to be over it, and it was out of my body, and the chance of recurrence was infinitesimally small, and yet the scars remain. My parents still tell me when they bump into my old nurses at the library, and how people still from my small hometown remind me of how healthy I look, thereby never letting me forget how sick I really was, and how much I made everyone worry about me. Oh, sorry. How I remain so filled with guilt that my story has a medically definitive ending, while so many friends' stories are ongoing, complicated, or have resulted in death. And when, despite my deepest cynicism and 20 years as a professional patient, and despite hating cancer performances which end with stirring thank yous and messages to live, laugh, love, and carpe the DM, I still feel, when I do reflect, thankful for every day for those who supported me through illness and those who continue to teach me about illness, disability, and how we can all learn to see each other better. Sentimental or not, that is the truth. The clip show nears its end, and suddenly we get the return of something meaningful from earlier in the episode, just before the end. In this example, it's Claire, the anonymous commentator from earlier. I'm not sure how many people are turned off by the return to normal rhetoric, or cancer jingoism, as I call it. I'm not sure if it's 1% of cancer patients, or 5%, or 75%. We just don't know. I'm also not sure if this is a discrete group of people or an identity which people go in and out of at different times with different treatment courses. But what I can say, and what I have evidence of as true, is that underneath Claire's statement in Picture Your Life were about 10 blog entries that looked like this, all starting with the words, "I agree with Claire." All of these people started their engagement with the site by finding a voice which represented them, a voice who was angry, dissatisfied, unhappy, sad. You can almost imagine these people scrolling down the blog, eyes rolling, rage building, until they found a voice of relief. It's not the most happy community to be a part of, but it is certainly a community. And it only takes one bold voice to say, "I'm not normal. Perhaps I was never normal." It only takes one voice to say, "I'm not over it. I'm not okay." Or a voice that says, "I will be over it, but soon." Or a voice that says, "I might get over it, but in my own time and according to my own rules." And then the ending credits of the clip show roll, and we desperately await next week's episode and return to normality, a return to the narrative that we know and to sense. Evcharisto. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, for sharing that with us. So poignant, so profound. I think we can all agree that that was absolutely brilliant. But now we have to move into the next session. But before that, I have a few questions for you. Have you ever wondered if where you were born determined your health outcomes? Does where you're from supersede what's in your DNA? I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Beth Blauer, Associate Vice Provost for Public Sector Innovation at Johns Hopkins University, who will endeavor to answer these questions for us by sharing an incredible case study on the social determinants of health in the city of Baltimore.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Thanks to SNF for hosting such a tremendous program today. My name is Beth Blauer. I'm the Associate Vice Provost for Public Sector Innovation at Johns Hopkins University. But for the last 2.5 years, my day-to-day life has been consumed with COVID data. My colleague, Dr. Lauren Gardner, and I have been managing all of the data that's been framing and shaping our COVID work at Hopkins and the communication we've been having with the public around COVID. In my day-to-day work, I work with mayors all over the globe, mayors who are responsible for working with cities. And at the onset of COVID, I had a lot of really difficult conversations with mayors. The mayors were asking me, what data should they be looking at? How they should collect the data? How is data shaping the decision-making that they should be embarking on as they're thinking about their response to COVID? And the reality of the situation is that they didn't need to know where the worst outcomes were going to happen in their communities, because they already knew. It was a really difficult conversation. It was very predictable where in the city we would be hardest hit, where we would have a lack of resources, where people would have more difficulty consuming information about the mitigation strategies, where people would have difficulty accessing basic care like testing and health resources, where they were to be able to get the information that would help to inform the decision. The conversations we were having with mayors is, we have this data. We can tell you exactly where this is going to get out of control. What we need is for you to help us understand how we can take this data and try to make a change. How can we break these cycles so it's not so predictable about who will absorb the most disproportionate impact of COVID? And so I realized that these are policymakers and these are people who are really purposefully built to provide public good. And they already know where the problems are. They don't have the tools to fix them. And in this convergence of the interventions that were coming online, they didn't know how to rapidly deploy those resources into the right communities, and they didn't have the strategies. But the problem wasn't because they didn't know where the big problems were going to be. And I started to look at my own city. The city of Baltimore, many of us that are in the room today are actually from the city of Baltimore. Everyone from the city of Baltimore? Woo, yes. It is the greatest city in America. You should come and visit. We love it. It is amazing. But we have a significant problem with poverty in our city. We also are one of the most segregated cities in the United States. And we have very explicit boundaries of how you're going to fare. And when you are born in the city of Baltimore, it can be incredibly accurate as to the exact block where you are living in with how the outcomes will be experienced in your life. So if you are born in the east or west side of Baltimore City, it is more likely that you will die sooner. It is more likely that you will be poor, that you will have a terrible education, that you will not have access to basic services, that your house could be actively poisoning you and creating lung disease in your family. These are all known things. The place where you're born, not just in the United States, but across our country and across our globe, is one of the #1 indicators of how the trajectory of your life will go. I want to take you through, in very explicit terms, how this plays out in Baltimore. So this is the city. It's all over the room, in this beautiful room. And you can see on the east side and the west side what looks almost like a butterfly coming into the map. And you can see in the density of this image that this is a mortality analysis for children, ages 15 to 24, that if you're living in one of those densely colored parcels in those rich neighborhoods filled with families and infrastructure, that it is you are 22 to 30% more likely to die, that there is a chance that there's a rate of death for this young age group. This only gets more dense in that same community as you get older. Your likelihood of living becomes less and less a reality. And by the time that you become 64 years old, it is very likely, if you were born and raised and lived in these communities, that you have died. But you can see a contrast here. in the chute that comes up the middle of the city, the northern part of our city, those outcomes are not the same. But it's not just about when you die. It's also about the quality of your health from the minute that you are born. You can see in that same geographical region that babies that are born in that butterfly, in that part of our city, in the lungs of our city, are also born at unhealthy birth weights, that they are more likely to live in families that receive temporary cash assistance from our government, that need basic support for their safety net. They are also very likely to be the victims of gun violence, which is plaguing our city and many global cities. They are all receiving free lunch, breakfast, and dinner if they are in schools, because we are a universally eligible city. But their families are also receiving supplemental food support because they have been born into systemic poverty. And they are the victims of violent crime. Violent crime in their homes, violent crime in their communities, violent crime on the hands of our police. They are victims of violent crime. They do not have access to jobs. The job data for the east and west part of our city is perpetuated by a lack of public infrastructure, no way to get to jobs, no investment in education to skill people, to prepare them to take jobs. And the predominant residents of these communities are Black. So if you look at the density of this community, you can see that in those same places, in those same spaces, in the setup for these families, is that our Black residents are more likely to absorb all of these horrible outcomes. You are born into the poverty, you live in the poverty, you die in poverty. The system has been engineered, and it keeps the core of our city thriving, growing, and it keeps the east and west sectors of our city in destruction, embroiled in violence, with no infrastructure. Our schools are terrible. We don't drive in those communities. We know we don't park our cars in those communities. And these are all things that are designed, system built, baked in to the way that we have emerged and evolved and lived in our city. The wealth in Baltimore is concentrated in that core. We are not a rich city. Even in our most affluent neighborhoods, we still don't meet the kind of wealth that you see in places like the Bay Area or New York City, but we definitely have wealth in Baltimore. But it is concentrated in such a small amount of our geography. And in that small amount of our geography, there are power centers that are pulling in and calling the shots, and really in the background, protecting this infrastructure, that it continues to propagate some of the most systemic failures that we have provided to people. The same students are not completing high school. So you can see in that interior core, in that center set of neighborhoods, those are the neighborhoods where I know I can move and my kids can go to school. And they can go to the public school and they can get a decent education. But if I lived 5 blocks over, it wouldn't be the case. And I have the ability to understand that, to be able to compute this data, to bring it in and for it to influence that decision making. Many families in Baltimore don't have that same luxury or that same choice. And you can see where the white people live in Baltimore. And it's the same places where we have hardwired the good outcomes, the outcomes of wealth creation, the outcomes of mobility, the ability to go to school, the ability to get a job, the ability to feel safe, to wake up every morning and go outside and feel comfortable in your surroundings and know that you're not under the current or constant threat of violence. And this is not a problem that's unique to Baltimore. This is a global problem. I challenge you to think about the places that you live, the places where you don't occupy, the places you don't go. This isn't a Baltimore problem. This is a global problem. We concentrate our wealth, we concentrate our services, we innovate on the fringes, and we do not get to the quick of the issue. The data is explicit. It has looked the same for generations. I am an advocate of better data and more advanced data, but the reality of the situation is that it doesn't take a lot of understanding or forethought to understand where the problems are. What it takes is the chutzpah, the political will, to go in there and try to solve them. So I invite you all to do your own exploration of where you live, the spaces and places that you occupy, through this lens of thinking about whether or not, when we are seeing this data in such explicit terms, we're actually making the decisions. We're creating the policies, we're thinking about the interventions that will break these generational cycles of poverty, underinvestment, of really hard decisions, of relocating critical assets and thinking differently about the way that we approach our problems and the way that we invest in our solutions. And so to start that, Dr. Gardner and I have worked on a data exhibition. It's across the hall, the plaza from here. I invite you all to go and visit it. And it's a history of medicine, to take you through an interactive tour of medicine. But on the other side of it is the beginning of a global view of health inequity and of data that we've been looking at and collecting at a global scale, at a subnational scale. And the idea behind the exhibition was to highlight that these are not problems that are unique to Baltimore, that they are experienced on every continent, in every country. There are deep, hard, tragic consequences that we create in our daily decision-making, when we politicize science, when we make hard decisions, when we don't make the hard decisions. These are consequences that are propagating across our globe. And if there's one thing that we've learned from COVID, it's that people want to see themselves in the data. I don't know how many of you woke up every morning to check to see where your COVID data was on your map for your community or for your jurisdiction, but people wanted to make the decision for themselves. And so I challenge us, we have to give people the opportunity to make decisions for themselves in bounds far beyond COVID, but in all of the hard challenges that we face as a society and a community. So I invite you to go over there, to interact with the data, and then to go home and to think about what are the things that you're doing on a daily basis that are designed to interrupt these cycles, to stop them in their tracks, and potentially to set us on a new path. Thank you. So, I'm supposed to answer questions. And I was supposed to give myself 10 minutes for questions. I gave myself 7 minutes. I don't know if there are any questions. I can't see really anything. So if you have a question, I invite you to ask the question. I also invite you to go across the way if you get a chance. Are there any questions that are coming in? Okay. Is there any questions? Maybe my kids who are here have a question. All right. I'm putting them on the spot. All right. Oh, I have a question in the corner.
What kind of policy, like, I guess, what can actually break such hardwired, structural barriers to change?
It's a great question. And so, the reality of the situation is that we use so much analytic firepower to try to solve problems. But the problem is that in that analytic firepower, we're carrying forward a generation of really bad data. So, for instance, in the United States, we used red lines in our communities to really decide how voting was going to happen and to really orient voting to particular political gains. Those red line maps are the same maps that are then inputted into systems that guide decisions like, where are you going to pick up trash first? How are we going to route emergency vehicles? Where are we going to put schools? Where are we going to do the hard work of community building? When you use a map that is based in a racist theory to power decisions, you are carrying that racism through every single decision down that chain. So what you have to do is you have to re-engineer the whole system. The tools that are being used now are not going to work. You actually have to go back to that base, and you have to start again, and you have to figure out, and that takes a ton of political will, and it takes courage, and it's unpopular, and it will make it more difficult for the people who are participating in your tax base at more robust levels. But it's the only way that you start to unpack and undo some of the very things that are holding people down and holding people back. I have another question over here.
Hi, my name is Darshan. I'm from the Children's Radio Foundation. And we work in Africa, in a lot of African countries. And I'm curious, the question we ask as journalists, as radio people, is why now? Like, why are we having this discussion now? It feels like in Africa we've had this conversation for a long time. And quite honestly, it's often like, oh, okay, America's having this conversation now, and suddenly it's topical, but it's actually been a topic of interest for a long time. So my first question is, why now? And the second question I ask myself a lot is, what are we actually doing? So I'm curious if, since there are so many people from Baltimore, you're from Baltimore, like, what are you doing to change these, huge inequalities that you see in your city? Like, what are the actual practical things you're doing in your life? Do you send your kids to multiracial schools? Do you live in a multiracial community? Are you reinvesting in those communities? Because it's great to ask the question, but what are you doing is, I think, my question.
Yeah, I think that that's the right question. So I will say, this has been my career. Although I look very young, I'm not, I assure you. I agree. This is something that I've been screaming about for the last 30 years, particularly the fact my first job in government was as a juvenile probation officer. And at that time, I was being asked to make decisions about the trajectory of a child's life, and all I had was a police report that I didn't trust. And I had to decide whether a child could go home with their parents. I didn't know if they were in school that day. I didn't know if there was food in that house. I didn't know whether or not they had a social worker in their lives. I didn't know anything except for a police report, which was obviously a very biased instrument. And so my whole birth into this data-driven government kind of world was from that perspective, which is no, that's not fair. It's not fair. It's a setup for that family. It's a setup for us as a system. We'll never get to a good outcome if we're not actually mobilizing all of those resources. So my career has been built around it, but what can we do as individuals, right? How do we actually, and it does require us. So you move back into the city, send your kid to the public school, invest in the community, model the life. But oftentimes, people find it very difficult. They don't want to roll the dice on them. They don't want their kids to be the ones that they put into the environment. But if you listen to the kids are begging for it. They are asking for it. And my own kid is begging for it. He is asking for it. And so a little bit of it is having to trust your instincts. But there is lots of things you can do at a community level. You can engage in political processes. Long are the days that we actually should have town hall meetings that happen in a government between the hours of 9 and 4 in a city hall. The city hall should be moving into the community. So we work with city halls and mayors to say, stop doing that. You're not hearing from working people. You're not hearing from people who need child care. You're not hearing from people who would never, ever go into government or into a government building because they fear getting arrested, getting beat up, getting all of the horrible things that government represents to many communities. And so we work with them to bring those dialogues into the communities to really understand that experience. And there are strategies that work. There are green shoots of progress that dot the landscapes from all across the globe. But the real fundamental issue is political will. And if we do not have political leadership that understands this in an innate way, we will never, ever get ourselves out of this cycle, because there is lots to gain and profit when we continue to invest in poverty and in the systems that fail people. We've got 30 seconds. So I'm just going to say thank you. And thank you again for having me. Oh, one more question. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chisoni Banda from Africa, Zambia. I'm a youth reporter there. Okay, so my question really is based on the mental health aspect. Well, one thing that I must say is that you're not healthy without your mental health. And you talked about well-being. Based on my focus on the worldwide or African perspective, for example, if I tell you you're having issues with anxiety, depression, the first thing that people will think is that you're not mentally stable, and the first thing they will think is you need to go to a mental hospital. So then, how do you think we as young people can be helped in such a situation, away from the political will and looking at this platform having different people from different organizations? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Great question. Mental health is a global issue. I think COVID revealed it in even more depth than any of us probably understood. And we have a system that's not designed to acknowledge that mental health is part of wellness, and that everyone has struggled with some component of a mental health issue, and that being well and healthy means that you are also getting the kind of support that you need for mental health. I am not a mental health practitioner, but we see this happening all the time, where it is overlooked. It is not in the center. When we design things for people, it is not one of the things we think about. I really enjoyed the talk this morning from Renzo Piano, where he was talking about the centering of the hospital space and really making sure that there is a green, open space dedicated to mental health. We need more of the hard structures of government to acknowledge that the propagation of violence and poverty and environmental ills is contributing to the fact that we have a mental health crisis globally. That all of these things, we can no longer sit and watch a global pandemic kill our family, violence kill our children, the environment kill us all, and not realize that it's going to cause significant strain mentally. And so our systems have to start designing it in the center of everything that we do. And that goes for hardscapes, where we build buildings, how much green space we afford people, can you run, can you do some of the natural things that will help improve your health. We have to think about it in the opportunities we give children to navigate their way to school, to figure out how they're going to navigate their lives, and are we building inclusive spaces so that people can age in place and that they can have community connections even when they're in the latter parts of their lives. All of those things are city design questions. Those are service design questions. And if we don't center them in the way that we think about building and nurturing our cities, we are bound to continue to propagate the way that we think about mental health and its intersections with well-being. So I am going to end it there. But thank you all very much.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. I am Giannis Vassilopoulos. I'm a lyricist and a student of philosophy and history of science. And I'm also a proud member of this year's SNF Nostos Youth Advisory Committee. And I'm pleased to dedicate this short speech to LGBTQI+ community and our access to health services. So let me start on a personal note. A few years back, my first relationship ended. This breakup affected both my personal, my physical, and mental life. So my doctor suggested two things. First, I should start therapy. Second, it was a good time for me to get the HPV vaccine, as I was once again single. So I ran to the pharmacy, excited to get my new vaccine, right? only to find out that the pharmacist wouldn't give it to me. They said that this vaccine is restricted to women only. And in fact, this is how it's being marketed in Greece. It's called the cervical cancer vaccine, even though anyone can get HPV and develop different types of cancer. So after a few more attempts from my side, the pharmacist went as far as to say that I should visit a gynecologist instead. So I had to leave, of course. Now, the problem with this incident is that it is actually not an incident. It is basically the norm. Studies showed that 96% of health professionals in Greece have received no education regarding LGBTQI+ related matters. Can you even imagine that number, 96%? Let's say you have to go to the hospital about something related to your sexual life. Anything about your body, all those things we're ashamed to even discuss with our friends. And you go there knowing that 96% of those in charge have no clue about how to deal with you. And this, of course, extends beyond physical health. Now, back to my story. It was around that same time that I reached out to a health center that provides therapy sessions. I gave them a call, and they wanted to know my main problem at the time in order to evaluate the emergency of my case. So I said that I had plenty of problems, but my main concern at the time was my breakup. And they also wanted to know if I had been with a girl or a boy. And frankly, I was shocked because I couldn't get why this was relevant. Anyway, I said I was with a boy and that I'm gay, which they replied, "So, don't worry, that's what happens with you people. You break up. It's your thing." You know what? Mental health practitioners should serve as a safe haven for us, especially LGBTQI+ youth, that is 4 times more likely to attempt suicide. Yet, we still have those people that come to us and say that this is not their fault, this is not society's fault, this is our fault. It's just the way we are, right? This has to stop. Our societies still hold discriminatory traits. I know that, and our health professionals do as well. But this can and should be regulated. And we don't have to put all the pressure just to the public, you know. The state has to get serious about penalizing such behavior and making educational programs about LGBTQI+ related matters mandatory for health professionals. Our sexual orientations and our gender identities, they should be celebrated. They should be loved, not punished. And I really do hope that this short speech becomes irrelevant and outdated soon, but it is not just yet. Thank you. Thank you so much, appreciate it. So speaking of making the world a more inclusive and accessible place to all of us, I'm now pleased to introduce you to someone who has dedicated their life to that purpose. Dr. Robert Riner is a full professor of sensory motor systems in the Department of Health, Sciences and Technology at ETH Zurich. And today he will be sharing with us his insights and a live demonstration on the use of robotic devices in health and medicine. Oh, also, you should also visit the ETH technology presentation at the lobby. So, without any further ado, Professor Robert Riner, the stage is yours.
Welcome to the world of robotics in health. What is a robot? A quite old-fashioned definition is a robot is a machine that looks like a human. And such machines exist since many centuries, actually. That's a writing machine which has human appearance. It moves like a human, but this was just not called a robot at that time. The first Hollywood movie with a robot was more than 100 years ago, called Houdini, followed by movie Metropolis by the famous Austrian director Fritz Lang. It was also a Hollywood production. Then there's Star Wars, George Lucas. Terminator, well known, where a combination of technical components with biological ones is generating superhuman power. A more modern definition of robot is a machine that behaves like a human. In this way, robots can replace many functions of our daily lives, which is good, which supports us, which helps us. For example, in manufacturing lines, in factories, in car manufacturers, for example, robots take over dangerous and boring, exhausting work. Or robots can take over household work, like this vacuum cleaning robot. We can communicate with robots. They can respond to questions. They have some kind of technical artificial intelligence. I can bring many more examples, like robots from the police which help to disarm bombs, maybe too dangerous for the humans. Robots on Mars, which is too far away. Robots in the deep sea. There are many applications. Even the post can bring packages via robots to different locations, either on ground or in air. Then such kind of air applications did also support us during the pandemic. Robots against COVID were used for broadcasting, for cargo delivery, for spraying, for disinfections. There are many more examples of robots which have been applied during the pandemic for detecting fever, distributing hand sanitizers, delivering supplies, answering questions, and also sterilized spaces, like these machines from Blue Ocean Robotics, for example. Robots can also act as telemanipulation devices, helping a surgeon to do a task inside the body for minimally invasive surgery, for example, where the robot can do the movements much more accurately in a more comfortable, less fatiguing posture. This is very successfully applied for the surgery of uterus in women or bladder surgery, heart surgery. I developed in my lab many years ago a delivery simulator, a mannequin of a mother with the head of a baby, which helps to do a complicated birth. It's a birth simulator. You can use a forceps or vacuum clock to learn how to extract a baby out of a robotic woman. Robots like these also have been developed in Japan to help the care of elderly or people who are in a bedridden situation. This robot, for example, helps to transfer the patient from the bed to a wheelchair, or to clean the patient, or to change the sheets of the bed. That's the same robot, but it just looks different because the robot, as we have seen it from Japan, may kind of look funny, or it might frighten some people. So that machines can also work and do the same. They just don't look humanoid. We can have robots as companions for talking to each other, for helping people in children's homes, in children's hospitals, in elderly homes. Like this artificial seal, people can talk to this device and can get some interesting reactions. It can be fun, it can be entertainment, it helps the recovery process. Also in the shape of a dog or cats. These are similar devices which have been developed by different companies. We also have robotic intelligent beds which artificially adjust the shape of the mattress to the shape of the body to equally distribute the pressure distribution. It makes the lying much more comfortable, and it avoids decubitus, it avoids pressure sores. Robots also exist in the early stage of rehabilitation, in the acute stage, in situations where people are in intensive care. In this device, for example, the patient can be inclined and simultaneously the legs can be moved. This helps to stimulate the cardiovascular system, but also it's an early phase of movement learning, because often these patients have to relearn gait, for example, after they have been for weeks or months in intensive care. That's another device from a company in Munich which does the same but has more a bed shape and a better lying quality with the mattress. In my lab, we have developed a robotic bed which allows to sense the situation, the depth of the sleep, or if you snore, or if you have an apnea, a stopping of respiration. And if this happens, we can spontaneously react and do certain kind of interventions. For example, we can rock the patient during sleep at night in certain situations. We have shown in young and older subjects that this helps to shorten the onset time of sleep and improve sleep quality. We were able to make the bed more compact, smaller, and to bring it into home environments. And now we can use it for treatment of people at home. It looks like this at the moment. Very comfortable, rather small, normal bed size. This is a family with a little boy called Till. Till is 10 years old, and the family did contact me because that boy has a serious mitochondrial disorder which leads to a paralysis. He cannot move anymore, he's very weak, and he cannot sleep anymore. He does not sleep at night. He sleeps in very small fractions during the day and also night. The family needs care persons all day and all night long. But this boy sleeps in the train to Hamburg, from Zurich to Hamburg, maybe night train, 8 hours, and the boy sleeps about 6 hours in the train. So the family did call me and ask if we can provide the bed in the rocking pattern like in the train. So we have prepared the bed. We put it in February this year to the family at home. We tried out different kind of movement patterns. First, it did not work, but then about 1 month ago, it started to work, and since 1 month, this boy can sleep. So we can also use it for treatment if you have problems during respiration, for example, snoring or apnea. The problem is in 30% of all male people, and often many of them do not know it, that during night, the tissue which gets a bit weaker when you get older falls back in the throat, that you cannot respirate anymore. You won't die from this, but you have a very bad sleep quality. You're waking up, you have arousals, you can wake up with headaches maybe, or you're very fatigued, tired during the day. And we are able to detect these moments with our sensors integrated in the bed, and then we can react. Either we are placing the head up, or we tilt the mattress in this direction so that the geometry of the airways are changing because you're changing your posture during sleep. Stroke is another big problem in our society. It's one of the most often diseases where blooding or blood flow in the brain is blocked, for example, and then people are suffering hemiparesis, so they have a severe paresis of the body plus other complications, cognitive complications. Often they also die, unfortunately. And they're treated quite well in Europe, in the hospitals. They get physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy if necessary, but still most of the time the people are not active, are not doing therapy. 90% of the time they are sleeping, eating, talking, watching television, which is also important to relax maybe, but not beneficial for the therapy process. And we know that we need an intensive training of movement if you want to learn or relearn movement. If you want to learn movement in the little babies, we know from our babies that they move intensively. In the age of about 8, 10 months before they start to walk, they're doing up to 20,000 leg movements while they're lying supine or crawling on the ground. Very intensive training. When they start to walk with maybe 12 months, they're doing 14,000 steps per day. Imagine 14,000 steps. You need to go jogging or hiking to get this number. And then when they are older, let's say 2 years old, they do about 2,500 reach and grasp movements with the arms every day. And this intensity is necessary that they learn movement. It still takes them 2 to 5 years to learn these kind of movements. So if you get an injury and cannot move the legs anymore, you cannot expect to relearn gait within half a year if you do training once a week or once a day for an hour. It's too little. Remember, the little babies, they do move much more intensively. And we need this high intensity to rehabilitate people after certain kind of diseases, or like stroke, for example. And such machines can help us. Robots can help us. That's a robot which we developed in my lab for arm therapy. It does allow a very intensive training. We can use it for maybe 2 hours or even longer per day. We still need a therapist, but the therapist doesn't get exhausted. And we don't have to pay too much for the therapist then, because personnel is expensive. We can also let patients train together so they can talk. They have some kind of social reward, entertainment. We can also reward them with some games, gamification, not only for the little boys and girls doing shooter games. It's also great for elderly. Yeah? If they're entertained, they do train more. And we need these high intensities. And we can also do gates training in kind of rehabilitation gyms, where we have 2, 3, 4 patients working and training together. That's a new device, a new company formed out of my lab called Akina. Here, people, when they get home, they can continue to train, but just using the webcam on the computer or iPhone or phone, smartphone, and this way do a lot of training, intensive training. We need this intensity also at home, because usually when the people get home from the hospital, they don't train anymore. And you see here the booth, that's one of the presentations we've presented here. You can try it out yourself here in the foyer. This is an exoskeleton, a very successful one, already more than 10 or 15 years old. And that's a patient who was running the marathon at the London Olympics 10 years ago. She produced a lot of media interest. Also, it took her 16 days to walk. But these devices are also becoming popular. However, this device is very robust. It's not like the one I'm wearing now. It's very bulky. It's heavy. You cannot sit in the car with this or in a wheelchair. And the battery doesn't last too long. So we developed this device, which I'm wearing, the Maya suit, which is much more lightweight, 5 kilograms, including everything, battery, computer, and so on. And you can also, the backpack is quite thin. You can still sit in a car, for example, or wheelchair for a while, because we do not always want to stand and walk. Sometimes we're also sitting. And that's a new device of this device, and I can show you shortly how it works. So I have here a display, and now I've switched it on. I don't need it because I don't have a paralysis, but it supports me while walking, or while sitting up, while sitting down, and standing up like this. And now I can change the strength, make it much stronger. When I'm sitting, now I'm switching it on, like this. And if I now stand up, it's much easier. And then I can go back to the weaker mode. That's what we use for people with paralysis, after stroke, after spinal cord injury, after muscular dystrophy, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson, and so on. And our patients, some of them can even then get back very mobile. That's one patient with a spinal cord injury. And he can walk without the wheelchair, but just 100 meters maybe. With that device, he did take part at the Zurich Marathon, not for the entire distance, but for about 6 kilometers. And he could also walk, or other people shown on the video here can walk in the mountains, can go hiking again with that device. And here you see one of our students or postdocs, Giannis, who was testing here the metabolic consumption, how much energy does it cost, and we could show that you need less energy while using that device, even if you're healthy. And now, at the moment, we're doing a new study in the Charité in Berlin, in the biggest heart clinic of Europe, on patients with heart failure. So after heart attacks or patients who are waiting for a transplanted heart, they are getting deconditioned. They do not move so much anymore. So their condition gets less and less. So they have to stay in bed all the time, maybe until they die even. And with this device, we could show that they can get fitter again and can get conditioned. And that works even now in heart patients. What are the challenges with these devices? There's one big challenge. There's a motor. And the motor How should the motor know what the user wants to do? The motion intention detection is a problem. Plus, the battery has weight and gets empty, and the overall weight of the motor and so on is a problem. So there are challenges for these kind of devices. And that's why I had the idea about 10 years ago to organize a competition called the Cybathlon, which is also nicely supported by the foundation as a donator. And here we did invite the best teams from the best labs and companies all over the world to compete against each other. And we formed tasks which are relevant to their life, and which did kind of force the teams to develop devices which are meaningful for daily life, which are good, which are fulfilling the requirements of the patients or the people with disabilities. So we did organize races with such kind of exoskeletons or arm prostheses. We also designed race tracks for leg prostheses, knee prostheses, or powered wheelchairs, or bike races for people with complete spinal injury who do not have any activity anymore, but you can artificially stimulate their muscles, and this way they can race a bike, and we did showcase this in a competition. And there's a brain-computer interface race, which you also can see at the foyer here. By detecting the brain thoughts, we're able to drive an avatar in a game, and in this way use the signals for the people with disabilities to, in the future, maybe ride a car, drive a car, or use any kind of device. There was a lot of media interest at the first event. 2016, we had another event, 2020 in Zurich, during the pandemic, so we had the teams, we did not fly them in, they stayed at their home environments all over the world. 51 teams from 32 hubs in 20 different countries. We did record the races there and then broadcast it together in Zurich to have still an exciting event. We did now go into the Guinness Book of World Records, 2018, again this year. And now I show you a short trailer, and I want to finish this talk also with this. If you have questions, please ask them to my team outside at the booth, at the foyer. And this is a call. If you want to join as a guest, for example, in 2024, you're of course invited to Zurich to watch these races live.
I think what Cybathon demonstrates is there are no boundaries. When you watch this event, you start to believe that is possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rena, for the incredible demonstrations. Good day, everybody. My name is Mary Ann Nobele. I'm a 23-year-old from Johannesburg, South Africa. I'm a podcaster, Absolute Radio head, and I'm also a regional coordinator. And of course, I'm part of this year's Youth Advisory Committee. I believe that one of the biggest challenges to getting South African youth to take care of their health is that they don't feel comfortable sharing their medical issues with medical professionals. And they don't feel like they can get judgment-free treatment, their privacy is not respected, and this keeps them away from health services. Let me just give you some context. South Africa has free healthcare, and I mean free. You can get an abortion, contraceptives, antiretroviral drugs for HIV. You can get treated for like a regular cold, gunshot wounds, literally everything in between for free. Early pregnancy is a huge issue, and many teenagers have reported engaging in risky sex. Basically, they don't use condoms and contraceptives. This doesn't only leave them vulnerable to HIV and STDs, but they can get pregnant as well. Where I live in Greater Johannesburg, 23,000 young women under the age of 18 gave birth between April 2020 and March 2021. And if you can believe that, of those girls, 934 were under the age of 14. Early pregnancy forces many girls to drop out of school. This traps them in a cycle of poverty, leaving them dependent on public assistance and many of them stigmatized by society for being teenage moms. The question here is, why can't we get young people to use their local clinics to access these things that allow them to explore sex safely? Most young people don't go to healthcare facilities because they are being helped by a generation that believes sex shouldn't even be a thought until you're 21. Because to them, if you're under the age of 21, then you're a child. And so they treat you like a child and not like a member of society that needs medical assistance. So think of like your mom telling her friends that you missed your pants for the past 2 days because you just started your period for the first time. Or that you had like a wet dream. That's pretty embarrassing, right? It's embarrassing because you told her that in private. You thought that would stay between the two of you. You didn't expect her to put it out there publicly. Nurses in South Africa often have the same energy. You can find them judging you in front of their colleagues for the situation you're in medically, or even telling their friends. And sometimes those stories get to the people you know personally. When I was 18, I had sex for the first time. And after that experience, I knew it would be wise to get tested for HIV and get put onto contraceptives. I went to the clinic because I knew if I told my parents, they'd probably kill me, and the clinic was free, so why not? I got there and I was super nervous because, oh my gosh, these people were going to judge me, but none of that happened. It was a super smooth process. I walked in. The ladies at the tables asked me what I was there for. They then put me in the respective group I was supposed to be in. After that, I was weighed, they took my height, they tested me, I got contraceptives, and that was it. I went home with my privacy intact and my dignity too. A month later, things weren't looking so good, and with my very little knowledge on contraceptives, I chose the injection. My body absolutely hated it. And so I had my period for about 5.5 months out of 7. I was pretty miserable. I went back to the clinic because I needed this period to stop. I got there, I explained to them that I want my period to stop and I'm not there for contraceptives. The lady helping me went and got 2 of her colleagues, told them what I was there for, and they all burst out laughing. I was really confused. They then told me that they weren't going to stop my period because I wanted to be busy with boys. I explained I'd been bleeding for months and it had nothing to do with boys. They then told me that if I wasn't on contraceptives to begin with, I wouldn't be having this problem at all. Miserable, with this non-stop period and not really knowing what to do because these nurses wouldn't help me, I went home and waited a month where I could save money and go to a private doctor. He then told me I was on the brink of a hospital bed because I had been losing so much blood and so my iron levels were really low. In that moment, I realized that I neglected my health because of those nurses shaming me for being on contraceptives and me not wanting to go back to them. I think this is really sad because this is the reality of many South Africans. I feel like young people should be able to go to the clinic and do what makes them feel safe with their health. This isn't just a Marianne story. This isn't just the Giannis story. Many young people around the world face this situation. And so healthcare facilities need to invest in youth-friendly facilities where specialists are there to deal with young people with the right amount of sensitivity and privacy so that young people like myself don't feel shame for wanting to put their healthcare in their own hands. Thank you. So, For those of you who want to keep your brains buzzing, there will be parallel discussions taking place right here at the alternative stage of the Greek National Opera on psychedelics and medicine, on the social contagion of virtue, and on the National Library of Greece on science and journalism. So this is your chance to head up over there if that's what you want to do. At the library, you can visit the Johns Hopkins University World Health Data Exhibition. At the Dome, you can experience the metaverse, and at the end of the canal, you can go surfing. Don't forget you can experience some of the projects that Professor Rena spoke to you about. So, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I think that what Marianne had to say was absolutely brilliant, right? Yeah, and the 2022 SNF Nostos Conference is off to a great start, don't you think? Yes. So we have another exciting session lined up for you, led by the accomplished Frederick Barrett, Associate Director at the Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, and Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences in the Department of Psychological and Brain Sciences at the Krieger School of Arts and Sciences. Frederick Barrett will be delving into rehabilitating psychedelics, specifically how the use of psychedelic drugs could be the new frontier in dealing with mental maladies and how they can bring renewed hope in the treatment of brain disorders.
Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks for NSF for hosting this conference and inviting me to speak. I'm going to be speaking to you today about the use of psychedelic drugs in medicine. Psychedelic drugs have gotten an awful lot of attention over the past 5 to 10 years for their potential to treat a wide-ranging number of psychiatric indications. But what are psychedelics exactly? Well, classic psychedelics include psilocybin, which is the active component within magic mushrooms, and mescaline, which is the active component in a number of psychoactive cactuses, including San Pedro and peyote, that are used for ceremonial purposes by a number of indigenous North Americans. Psychedelics also include dimethyltryptamine, which is a compound that has many, many plant sources around the world, but in particular is the main active psychoactive component in ayahuasca, which is an Amazonian brew that's used for ceremonial as well as healing purposes. Psychedelics also include the infamous LSD, or lysergic acid diethylamide, and a number of other research chemicals that are derived in laboratories. If you look up the word psychedelic in the dictionary, you're likely to find a number of descriptions such as sensory perception or perceptual distortions or strong emotions like euphoria or despair. And while these things may be true, they're not true for everyone who takes a very high dose of a psychedelic drug, and I would argue that they are of the least interesting and least important effects of these drugs. The word psychedelic was coined by a man named Humphrey Osmond, who was a psychiatrist who was the first individual to administer LSD within the clinic. He administered LSD within his clinic in Saskatchewan, Canada, to try to treat patients who were suffering from alcohol use disorder. And he claimed that over the 1950s and 1960s, he was able to treat thousands of individuals. And he also claimed that over 40% of these individuals were abstinent in alcohol for at least a year after his treatment, which is remarkable even by today's therapeutic standards. Humphrey Osmond took LSD himself. He took mescaline, he took a number of other psychedelic drugs because he wanted to understand how they worked. And he thought that if he could experience these drugs, he'd have better insight into how he could use them in the clinic and how he might be able to use them to treat his patients. He coined the term psychedelic because he believed that these drugs were manifesting parts of the mind that people were not necessarily aware of in day-to-day consciousness or didn't have access to or weren't quite tuned into. And that's why he basically used the words psyche, meaning mind, and delos, meaning manifest, psychedelic mind manifesting. Since then, psychologists and even philosophers of religion have tried to understand this mind-manifesting property of psychedelic drugs, and they've come up with all sorts of models and descriptions and frameworks to try to hang these things on. One of those frameworks involves the idea of ego dissolution, or dissolving a sense of self. Whatever that sense of self is, whoever you think you are and what defines you, seems to kind of go away for a period when you're experiencing the effects of a high dose of psychedelic drugs. Other descriptions include mystical experiences or feeling like you're at one with the universe, with all that exists. And it's interesting to explore these ideas, but I would like to show you the description that one of our study participants gave about his experience.
It was about a higher power, being in a place of infinite space, and just being there. It had nothing to do with my life at all during that period. What I came to find out is that as the drug wore off, my brain got more involved in the exercise and said, you need to think about this and that. You need to think about your father, your mother, or whatever. And those things happened. But in the most intense, the most glorious part of this trip was that it was none of that. It was only a connection to this thing or power that was out there, and it touched me, and it was incredible, and there's no way I can explain it other than that. It was unbelievable. It took my breath away.
So that was Tony. Tony was a participant in a study that was run at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, where we tried to determine whether psilocybin therapy could be useful in treating the existential dread that accompanies a late-stage cancer diagnosis. And if you have had cancer or have known anybody that's suffered from cancer, you may know that that existential dread is actually one of the most difficult aspects of cancer to treat aside from the actual cancer. Tony was describing an experience that we feel fits quite well into a framework of mystical experience. There was deeply felt positive mood. There was transcendence of time and space, where time and space didn't seem to exist for some period. And it was ineffable. It's difficult to put in words, but most importantly, he felt connected deeply to something that was greater than him. You can imagine that someone having this experience might be in a very sensitive and incredibly vulnerable state. And that's one of the reasons that we go through a careful process to determine whether people can be involved in our studies and then to guide them through the studies. So I'm going to tell you what psychedelic therapy actually is. It begins with screening. We very carefully screen people to determine if they have any cardiac or abnormalities, because psychedelics can increase heart rate and blood pressure. We also screen people who have a personal or a family history of psychosis, because it's possible that if you have those vulnerabilities, then taking a psychedelic drug may uncover more psychotic experiences, and that can be very dangerous for people as well. We also try to determine whether a person's appropriate for a given study. For instance, if we're trying to study major depressive disorder, we would want to know that that person actually has major depressive disorder. But once you qualify for the study, you begin a process of careful preparation. This preparation can take place over many meetings. It includes about 6 to 8 hours of psychotherapy, rapport building, and trust building. We want the participant to come into our study feeling comfortable experiencing just anything that could arise during these experiences, because just about anything could arise. We also try as hard as we can to prepare people for the experience, explaining what all the good and bad things are that could occur in their mind while they're experiencing the effects of this drug. We don't know exactly what's going to happen to any particular person, but we can recount the things that we've heard and the experiences that people have relayed to us to try as best as we can to prepare people for this process. And then finally, we get to the drug administration day. A person arrives early in the morning. The acute effects of psilocybin specifically can last about 4 to 6 hours. And so we get people into the lab early in the morning, we confirm that they're appropriate for the study, and then we administer a capsule containing psilocybin. From that point forward, the participant is given eye shades and headphones that play a pre-selected program of mostly Western art music. We ask people to lie down on a comfortable couch and tuck in with a warm blanket in a comfortable living room setting. This doesn't look like a hospital room. It doesn't look like a clinical space. And the participant is given the instructions to turn inward and be present for whatever arises in their mind. And we have 2 trained therapists who accompany a participant through the entire experience. If a participant gets into a difficult place, frankly, we hold their hand and we give them reassurance. Sometimes people can even lose track of where they are or what's going on, and we say, hey, listen, you've enrolled in an experimental study, you've been given an experimental drug, you're at Hopkins, we're here to make sure that you're okay. Dive into it, be present with whatever's occurring, and challenge it, ask it what it's there for, what can you learn from it, and confront whatever's there. And that instruction is really, helps just about everybody get through whatever they're experiencing. At the end of the day, when the drug effects wear off, we debrief with the participant, we check in with them, we make sure they're okay to go home in the arms of a loved one or in the care of a close friend or relative. And the next day, participants come back to us, and we begin the process of integration and aftercare. We ask the participants and the patients to recount what happened in your mind when all of this was occurring. And we talk to the participant to help them understand how it fits within the story of their life and how they can use this information moving forward. So that's it. That's the package. That's what psilocybin therapy is. It can be accompanied by a few weeks of psychotherapy afterwards, or maybe a month or two. But we've used this model now to try to understand if we could help people who were suffering from major depressive disorder. And this graph behind me shows you the outcome data. So on the left-hand side, we have the average data of participants in the study. On the vertical axis, you have ratings from a clinician-rated depression severity score. And on the horizontal axis, you have time. So on the leftmost data point, you see the average depression severity of people when they came into the study before any treatment, and it's within the moderately high to severe category. And the next time point is 1 week after treatment, and you see there's a precipitous drop in depression severity that lasts out to at least a year after treatment. Over 50% of individuals in this study were in remission from depression for at least a year after treatment. Over 70% of people in this study showed a clinically significant response, which is a reduction of at least 50% from baseline. So at least 70% of the people in the study got at least half better, if not more. On the left-hand side, you see the average data. On the right-hand side, you see what we call a spaghetti plot. It's a plot with lines. Each line is the trajectory of an individual participant within this study across time. So if you blur your eyes a little bit and you look at this graph, you see that most participants went way down and stayed there. Some went almost to zero. But there are some conspicuous outliers, including the individual at the top of the graph. This was our most severely depressed patient who entered the study, and they did not get better. They did not show a clinical response to psilocybin. You also see a pink dotted line right about the middle of the graph that has a similar pattern. And then there are some intermediate cases, people who initially got better, but then about 3 months later returned to where they were before they were in the study. What's clear from these data to us is that there's a really great potential here for treatment. Also, it doesn't work for everyone, and we have a lot of work to do to understand who it will work for, who it may not work for, and whether we can do anything to optimize this therapy moving forward. It's also important to note this is a relatively small study in comparison to large clinical trials that are necessary for the approval of drugs as medication. There were only 24 people in this trial, which pales into comparison to the thousands of individuals that need to be studied and tested in order to bring, for instance, a new cancer drug to market, or a new anti-inflammatory, or whatever you have. Importantly, this study was followed about a year later by a study published by our colleagues at Imperial College London. It was a head-to-head comparison of psilocybin therapy, 2 separate doses of psilocybin, with a 6-week course of escitalopram, which is a standard of care, first-line treatment for depression. This is a treatment that many people respond to and begin to recover from depression. It's also a treatment that has a lot of side effects that for some people are very unnerving, and there are a number of people who don't respond to escitalopram despite it being a first-line therapy and approved treatment for depression. But to give you the kind of overall of this graph, when doing a head-to-head comparison of standard of care to psilocybin did at least as good, 2 doses of psilocybin did at least as good as a 6-week regimen of escitalopram when measuring outcomes at 6 weeks. And this is remarkable because of the differences in these interventions. And if this is going to be an intervention that does tend to be durable out to a year, we're saving a lot of money, time, effort, and the cost and possible angst of trying to figure out if an SSRI works for you to begin with. Again, this is a relatively small study. 30 people were treated with psilocybin, 30 people were treated with escitalopram. But these results are promising, and this is what everybody is so excited about. It's worth noting that people aren't just going into these experiences, having something wild happen to them, and then they feel better. No matter what the study, people across our studies, and no matter the person, we have people from all ranges of walks of life. People are claiming that this experience was among the top 5 or single most meaningful and spiritually significant experience of their lives. Wow. These are everyone from Jane and Joe, off the street, or people who we would consider pillars of society, lawyers, doctors, all sorts of people, CEOs. They're having these remarkable experiences. Not everybody says that, but the majority of people do. And the degree to which you had that mystical experience or a feeling of oneness seems to predict the likelihood of you making that kind of attribution of the meaningfulness and spiritual significance of these experiences. And so we started to think, well, maybe that's the medicine. Maybe it's just having such a powerful experience that can help you get out of the rut. But once we started to listen to people a little more carefully, they were talking not only about a feeling of oneness, but then having personal psychological insights into themselves, their relationships, their behaviors, their families, their lives, and then being able to think differently about those things that have always plagued them. Again, this is something that I can describe to you, but I'd like you to hear it out of the mouth of another one of our study participants.
There were things that would ruin my day in the past that, if I remind myself that they're going to change, then, the situation moves on a little bit, and I was able to let things go more easily. So that was a big change and an improvement in my life. Another really significant thing that happened was that I was able to start thinking differently about the same old situations. I would catch myself thinking about something the same way that I used to, and I was able to step back and say, hey, could I think about this differently? Is there a more helpful or a more compassionate or just, subjectively a better way to think about this, circumstance? And that's what you try to do in therapy. There's probably 6 therapy modalities that are all about getting you to look at things differently. And I knew that. And those were things from my past in therapy that I had tried to bring to bear on my situations. But, I could tell myself to think differently, but nothing ever changed. Whereas post-psilocybin, those things seemed more possible. It's like a door was open for me to actually use all of these tools that I had, developed over time. And then all of a sudden, you went from, banging on a wall to banging on a nail, and then all of a sudden the tool is doing what it's supposed to be doing, and the outcome is what you've been hoping for.
So that was a participant from our clinical trial in major depressive disorder. And what he's describing is an increased capacity for psychological flexibility, an increased capacity for cognitive flexibility, an increased capacity to make different decisions than the ones you've made before. We could characterize aspects of depression, as well as aspects of substance use disorder, as a reduction in behavioral repertoire. One aspect that many people experience with depression is called rumination. It's repetitive negative self-thoughts that you simply can't control or get over, and they impact your life, and they bring you down, and they keep you there. Repetitive behaviors with substance use disorders include, maybe aspects of conditioning, maybe aspects of reward response, but increasingly and considerably repeating certain drug use behaviors that perpetuate your illness. And it could be that psychedelics are helping people to just kind of break out of that mold. We see this in the reports of patients, but this is a complicated slide. Let me give you the take-home message here. In carefully controlled computerized games, we can see people making more flexible decisions after psilocybin therapy. When we look at brain imaging data, especially brain imaging data from two interesting regions, the posterior cingulate, which is involved in self-referential processing, and the anterior cingulate, that's involved in cognitive control and decision-making, we're seeing dynamic functional connectivity increase. What does that mean? That means the degree to which these brain areas are communicating with each other and the rest of the brain becomes more variable. You could think about it as neural flexibility. So we're seeing psychological flexibility in patient reports. We're seeing cognitive flexibility in controlled computerized tasks. We're seeing neural flexibility in brain imaging data. And these are all correlated with therapeutic outcomes. Not only are we seeing these across different regions and measurements, scientists are now beginning to see these at a molecular level in the structure of neurons that changes after psilocybin therapy and therapy with a number of other psychedelic compounds. So essentially, neurons are growing possibly new connections with other neurons. The real kind of underlying framework of how neurons communicate with each other changes. These may be neural plasticity-inducing compounds. Caveats abound. A reasonable question is to ask, well, are psychedelics drugs of abuse? Or are people going to become addicted to this? Is this the beginning of the next opioid epidemic? And let's be clear, some people can absolutely meet criteria for substance use disorder as applied to hallucinogens or psychedelics. But when we look at all of the determinants of the abuse liability of novel compounds, these include craving syndromes, withdrawal syndromes, compulsive drug seeking. Psychedelics don't typically look like that. There's no real known craving that occurs after the use of a psychedelic drug. There's no withdrawal syndrome that we can characterize. And even psychedelic use out in recreational conditions typically doesn't result in compulsive drug seeking like we see with typical drugs of abuse, like opioids or methamphetamine or alcohol. Right? And it's not to say that these drugs don't have risks. They absolutely do, but they don't look or behave like typical drugs of abuse. But this recreational use of psychedelics also is absolutely not without risks. We conducted a study in thousands of individuals, completing an online survey of the resultants of bad trips with psilocybin mushrooms. So, hey, person in the world, have you had a bad trip with psilocybin? Take our survey, and thousands of people completed the survey and provided really substantial information. And of those individuals, over 11% of individuals said that during their bad trip, they put themselves or others at personal risk of physical harm. Over 7% of individuals said that they experienced some psychological trauma or injury that made them go and seek treatment, and most people were in treatment. A lot of people are in treatment for at least a year after that. And over 2% of individuals actually reported to emergency services to help them cope with the experience during their bad trip. It's clear that these are incredibly powerful drugs, and if you were listening to the beginning part of the talk, maybe that should be abundantly clear. These are incredibly powerful drugs. We believe that under incredibly controlled circumstances with properly screened individuals, they can be very safe, but they do have their risks. There's a lot to kind of unpack after this. I've only been telling you about mood disorders, but there's growing evidence that psychedelics may be helpful in treating substance use disorders, possibly cluster headaches, and now a number of sites, including Hopkins, we're investigating the effects of psychedelic drugs in a wide range of indications. I think it's a really nice time to take a step back and increase our skepticism. We should not expect these compounds to be panacea. We should not expect these drugs to work for everything, but with these initial data, there's a lot to be hopeful for. So what we need to do going forward is increase our scientific knowledge, increase the scope and the breadth of clinical trials to understand these compounds, and with proper scrutiny, I think we may be on the verge of uncovering a revolution in psychiatry. Before I end, I want to just acknowledge the enormously large and incredibly talented group of people that I've had the pleasure of working with and the privilege of working with as the Associate Director of the Johns Hopkins Center for Psychedelic and Consciousness Research, as well as our many funders and our colleagues and funders without whom none of this work would occur. I'd be very eager to take as many questions as I can. So having trouble seeing. Yes. Or is there someone with a mic? Okay, thanks. Please project. Yes.
Hi. Really interesting talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have two super quick questions.
Okay.
One is sort of thinking about how you address the sort of social and stigma and cultural stigma around these types of drugs, looking at them for therapeutic applications. And the other one is more just a curiosity about how you set up a clinical trial for this, thinking about sort of how you kind of think of a control, because obviously standard in clinical trials is having a control group.
Mm-hmm. Excellent questions. Thank you. I'll answer the last one first. How do we come up with an adequate control? And it's really something the field is struggling with. How can you blind a mystical experience? I've had individuals from the FDA who regulate and try to study and approve these studies. They've asked the same question: how in the world do you blind a mystical experience? And frankly, we haven't found an answer yet. We haven't found an adequate answer. A number of different studies try. So some studies are using a high dose of, niacin as a control condition. Other people are using diphenhydramine as a control condition. Other people have used a high dose of methylphenidate. Each of these control conditions controls for something, but is a poor control overall for a mystical experience. It's something the field's struggling with, but the best I think we can do right now is simply have a straight placebo. You're not controlling for the drug effect, but you're controlling for everything leading up to the drug effect. And to be continued, frankly. I don't have a good answer for that. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the first question.
It was just about the sort of social stigma surrounding these types of drugs.
Yeah, so one of the wonderful things is that I myself don't experience a lot of social stigma as a researcher. A lot of my colleagues, when I first got into this about 10 years ago, I was expecting people to say, you're crazy, or this is a career killer, or you're going to hurt people badly, why are you doing this? And frankly, those were not the responses that I got from psychiatrists, from psychologists, from radiologists, from all sorts of people. They asked really kind of sober and objective questions like, well, that's interesting, has it been replicated? Or what are the effect sizes? And do you think that's going to withstand scrutiny, or other things like this? So societally, there are still people who I think are a product of the drug war and a lot of propaganda from the 70s and 80s. There are a lot of myths that still float out around there, like about teratogenic effects of psychedelics, or that they stay in your spinal cord and your cerebrospinal fluid forever, and you may have a flashback at any time, or any other things. And frankly, there's so many myths out there that are simply untrue. At this point, I think that, unfortunately, the hype is getting ahead of the science. There are far more people out there who are just gung-ho about this and say, well, why can't I get it in my doctor's office? What the heck's going on? Not understanding that we're not there yet. We haven't gone through everything we need to really know how good of a therapy this is and that it's truly safe for everybody. So I think it's more right now of kind of clawing back the hype and getting people to not treat these as panacea and wait for the science to evolve to a point that we do feel comfortable understanding really how to roll this out if it is going to be approved as a medicine. But I'm excited about all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, I want to ask you, people nowadays, like the past years, I think, there is a movement that people tend to look out for themselves. They want to grow. They go to the psychologist without having a mental illness. They go to prevent or to become a better person for themselves. And there are people that self-medicate with psychedelics to expand their cognition and grow. Do you see psychedelic therapy ever becoming available, as you talked about it, if it's controlled and carefully made the therapy session? Do you see it being available to everyone?
That's a very interesting question. The question is, would psychedelics ever be available outside of a medical therapeutic context? And I can say with certainty that I'm not sure. There's no model in medicine for something like that I'm really aware of and keenly tied into. And And I think something like that could run up against an awful lot of stigma and societal. I think society would have to really grapple with what that means and try to understand what we want. I don't believe that's going to evolve out of the FDA process or the EMA process. I don't believe that's going to evolve past medicine without some serious reconstruction of, for instance, international treaties on the use and the availability of drugs. It's a very provocative question, and I would love to see someone answer it a little more thoroughly than I did. But thank you for the question.
Thank you.
I think I'm out of time. And I really appreciate everybody. I'll be here if you see me walking around. Please ask questions. Thank you so much for your interest and your time.
Thank you so much, Professor Bard, for sharing with us your insights on the psychedelics. So we're now heading toward the end of today's SNF Talks, and I have to say you've been an amazing audience. Thank you so much for sharing this experience with us. Our next speaker, and last one for the day, has been named one of the most influenced people in the world. At the same time, influence happens to be at the center of his recent research. All the ways our behavior, our ideas, our health habits can influence our social networks, both online and offline. You can view this procedure as a kind of contagion, right? But what if we could infect each other with virtue and kindness instead? To answer this question, I'm honored and excited to hand over the stage to the Stelling Professor of Social Sciences and Natural Sciences at Yale University, Professor Nicholas Christakis.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and thank you to the Niarchos Foundation for hosting this, and to Andreas Rakopoulos, who I have not had lunch with yet, although I look forward perhaps to having lunch with one day. I want to talk a little bit about the social contagion of virtue today, and I'd like to do that by showing you some of the work that we've been doing in my lab over the last 20 years that illustrates some of the ways that this can happen. And I think as a predicate for that, to get us started, I'd like to highlight the fact that humans are embedded in face-to-face social networks. And these networks follow very particular biological, psychological, and mathematical rules. And taking this into account, realizing the precise way in which we are connected, can give us new insight into our behaviors. And we can even use an understanding of social network structure and function for good, to intervene in online and offline networks in order to enhance our well-being, and in particular, to foster the social contagion of altruism. So this is some examples of human social networks. Every dot is a person. Every line between them is a relationship between two people. And on the upper left are 56 high school students and who are their friends. And on the upper right are 105 college students and who are their friends. And in the lower right are 400 adults taken out of 8 million people in a European country and who they're calling And that's the structure of the network of those people. And on the lower left is the scientific collaborators, about 300 scientists working together, for example, and who they are collaborating with. And if you look at all of these networks, they all look strikingly similar. The structure of the network is extremely similar. And our lab has, in fact, been amassing evidence over the last few decades that it is indeed not a coincidence that we form networks with particular structures and properties. In fact, we've created software that allows us to map human social networks, and we've done this all over the world. We've done it in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Honduras, in India, and in the United States, of course. And we hope eventually to be able to do it in Greece as well. And the structure of our networks, this similarity that is seen around the world, it provides a hint that the structure of our networks might actually be very ancient. And we can, in fact, document such structural features in human populations living in non-modernized settings. For example, we studied the Hadza hunter-gatherers of Tanzania. These are a people, there are only about 1,000 of them left. They have no material possessions to speak of. They sleep out under the stars. And we created a photographic census of all living adult Hadza, about 1,000 people, and we printed them on posters, as shown in the slide, like a kind of Hadza Facebook. And we went into the field in Tanzania around Lake Eyasi, and you can't make an appointment with a Hadza person. You just sort of have to wait like a week till one of them walks by, and you say, "Excuse me, who are your friends?" And they point and identify to their friends on these posters, as shown here in this slide. And when we did this, when we mapped the social networks of the Hadza, of people that lived like all humans did up until the Pleistocene, we found that these networks illustrated a number of phenomena. First of all, Hadza networks, this is a Hadza network, mathematically and visually look just like ours. Just like the modernized networks we make using our modern telecommunications technologies, in fact. That is, despite the fact that in the last 10,000 years, we've invented agriculture, we've invented cities, we've invented modern telecommunications, we still make networks that obey what appear to be very deep and ancient and fundamental rules. We make networks just like theirs. Now, this work that we did with the Hadza revealed something else, because while we were working with the Hadza, we also measured a very important virtue. We measured how altruistic they were, or actually technically this is called how cooperative they were. We did this with something known as a public goods game. It's an economic model in which we gave the Hadza real resources. In Western settings, this is done with money. With the Hadza, we gave them honey sticks, like little sticks full of honey, which is a very valuable resource to them. And we gave them some honey, and we said, you can give this honey to any member of your group that you want. You can sacrifice it for your group. If you do, we will double what you give. And then that doubling will be divided amongst everybody, including you. So the individual has to make a sacrifice because what they get back will be less than what they give up, but the group will benefit twice as much as their sacrifice. And of course, everyone in the group is making the same decision. Everyone is allowed to make the decision in this public goods game whether to be kind to their group and be cooperative, or to be mean to their group and be what is known as a defector. And what we found when we did that is we mapped then the structural location of these nice people and these mean people in the network. You can see that on the image here by the dot size and color. Bigger dots are more generous, more altruistic, more cooperative, kinder people. And the smaller dots are the mean people. And the bigger dots are also colored yellow. We also vary the color. So the big yellow dots are altruistic people who are willing to make a sacrifice for their group, and the small red dots are selfish people who won't make a sacrifice. And I want you to see, if you look at this image, using this model of this public goods game, that you should see clusters of nice people, clusters of yellow and orange dots, and clusters of red dots. So the cooperative people cluster together within this fabric, within this social network. And it turns out that our capacity for social interactions and a variety of social virtues are related, both today and across our evolutionary past. Here's one experiment that we did showing that kind behavior can spread. In this experiment, college students were brought into a laboratory. They were strangers to each other, and they were randomly assigned to groups of 4 people. And once again, they were given some resources, and they were told, you can contribute $1 to your group of 4. If you do that, we will double the dollar. Your group gains $2. It's divided across 4 people. You get back 50 cents. So you pay a price, you give up your $1 because you only get back 50 cents, but your group benefits. Of course, the most rational thing to do, if you're selfish, is to not give any money and hope everyone else contributes. But of course, if everyone does that, the commons collapses and the society breaks down. The wisest thing to do is for everyone to contribute. And in that situation, there's a doubling of the well-being, here now measured economically, in these little groups. Now, what we did was very unusual, because what we were interested in this experiment is not a question that is also difficult and that had occupied scientists for a long time, which is, if I'm kind to you, do you reciprocate the kindness? Why don't you just take what I give you and not reciprocate? Most people reciprocate. That's an interesting question. But we were interested in something different, which is, if I'm kind to you, are you kind to him? And if you're kind to him, is he kind to her? Could we show a spreading process in the network experimentally? And the answer is that we could. If you look at this image, what we did is we randomly assigned people into groups of 4, and they would play this game, and then a bell would ring, and they'd be randomly assigned to new groups of 4, and then a bell would ring, and they'd be randomly assigned to new groups of 4, and so on. And we created artificial linear networks. And so what you could look up here, and you could see these groups. For example, F interacts with E, and then E interacts with A, and so on. And the bottom line from these experiments is illustrated in this slide, that these effects of altruism, shown here experimentally, spread across people and, as a distinct matter, persist across time. So what we found was that if you look in the upper left, if Eleni is kind to Lucas at period 1, Lucas is then kind to Erica in period 2. The periods are marked in the top there. And then Erica, I'm talking about the region now highlighted in red, and then Erica is kind to Jay in period 3, and Jay is kind to Brecken in period 4. This is actually one of the more bizarre results to come out of my lab in the last 15 years. Because what I've just told you is how Jay treats Brecken, whether Jay is kind to Brecken, depends on how Eleni treats Lucas, even though neither Jay nor Brecken ever saw or interacted with Eleni or Lucas. How you two people treat each other depends on how these two people treat each other, even though you don't know them. This kind of social contagion of kindness shown here experimentally. And this so-called geodesic, which means through the network, this geodesic spread highlighted in red is in addition to the temporal persistence highlighted in yellow. In other words, if Eleni is kind to Lucas in period 1, Lucas learns to be kind. And he's kind to Erica in period 2, and Lysander in period 3, and Bemi in period 4, and so on. So for what happens in this situation is that the network functions like a kind of matching grant. For every extra $1 that Eleni gives Lucas, if you fold back all the benefits that have occurred, there's twice as much value that's added to the network. An extra $2 is added for extra $1 that Eleni gives Lucas. So pay it forward is real. Now, there are many other ways that particular types of social interaction can foster cooperation. For instance, the precise way we connect to each other can also affect how nice we are to each other. Here's another experiment that we did a few years ago. And in this experiment, what we did is we tried to manipulate the structure in which people are embedded and the rules of connection. So in this example, using some software we've developed in my laboratory, we've had thousands of real human beings come to our online lab and play these experiments. The people came into our online lab. They were randomly assigned, hundreds of people were randomly assigned into dozens of groups. And one group is shown on the lower left here, okay? And they play the game repeatedly across time. And they're dropped into a network with the structure shown, and they're introduced to their neighbors. So you have these people as your neighbors, and you have those people. Each person within a group has a different subset of the group as their neighbors. And once again, they play a public goods game. We say, would you like to be kind to your neighbors or not? The blue dots are the kind people, and the cooperators, and the red dots are the mean people, the defectors. And if you look across the bottom row, what happens? So we drop people into this fixed network in which they're stuck with their neighbors, and 60% of the people, which is typical, start by being kind. There are many blue dots at the beginning. But they are abused by their neighbors. They're kind to their neighbors, and their neighbors don't reciprocate. And they don't have anything else they can do, and after a while they say, you know, I'm going to stop being kind, and they stop contributing to their neighbors. And if you look across time, by the 10th round, everyone is a defector. Everyone has become a red dot. The whole system has collapsed, except those few little blue dots on the far edge there that are keeping civilization alive, you know, on the periphery of the network, are being nice to each other. In a different branch of the experiment, we did everything the same, but we modified the topological rules, the rules of social connection as shown in the top part of the slide. And in this branch of the experiment, at every time step, in addition to asking people whether they wanted to be kind or mean to their neighbors, we also gave them the choice about whether to stay connected to their neighbors or not at a certain amount. And what we found was that in that branch of the experiment, cooperation persisted. Here's the point. I could take you people and I could connect you one way, and you're mean and awful to each other. Or I take you same people and connect you a different way, and you're nice and kind to each other. So these properties of niceness and kindness or meanness are not necessarily properties of the individuals themselves. They are properties of how the individuals are connected to each other, how that structure has potentially been engineered. Now, in a subsequent paper, we explored what is known as the parameter space. We varied how much social fluidity should there be. In other words, how much rewiring was possible. And that's shown on the x-axis, the rewiring rate. 0 is the example I showed you before, totally rigid, you're stuck, the fixed network. And 100% is, at every time step, you have completely new neighbors. And every percentage in between, that's on the x-axis, from 0 to 100%. And on the y-axis is a measure of how cooperative these groups of people are. And what we find is this parabolic shape. In very rigid networks, people are not nice to each other. But in completely fluid networks, people are also not nice to each other. The optimal niceness emerges in the middle zone. And if you think about that, there are many social institutions in our society that exist in order to put people in that sort of middle zone, for example. For example, think about rules about divorce. If you're stuck in a marriage, if divorce is prohibited in a society, and one spouse is mean to the other spouse, the only choice the other spouse has is to also become mean. Why would they stay kind to the person who's abusing them? So both spouses become abusive in a situation in which divorce is impossible. On the other hand, if divorce is trivially easy, and every day you have a new spouse, then also the spouses won't invest in each other. What you want is a regime that makes divorce possible, but not trivially easy, to optimize the investments that people make in each other. Another thing that affects cooperation is whether or not the amount of money and resources that people have is visible or not. Using our software, we recruited 1,400 subjects and did yet another experiment, which was published in Nature now more recently. And we dropped them into different sorts of artificial societies. So in some societies, we made people's wealth very unequal. So we experimentally manipulated the level of economic inequality in these societies. Everyone was given real money, but in some societies we gave everyone the same. In some societies we gave some people more than others. And in other societies we gave some people much more than others, but always the average amount of money was the same in all the societies. And we manipulated whether or not you could see each other's wealth, whether the wealth was visible or not. And what we found in this society is the following thing. If you look on the right-hand side, in a situation in which people could see each other's wealth, on the right-hand panel, on the left-hand image, every dot is a person. The dot size is how wealthy the people are at the beginning. We artificially made them wealthy or poor. R is rich, P is poor. And we created a society that was very unequal with a Gini coefficient of 0.38, which is like the United States or Morocco, quite unequal. And then they played the game, and they could see each other's wealth as they played. And what you find on the right is that by the end, the inequality is the same, 0.36, and most of the dots are red. People are very mean to each other, and there's still a lot of dots that are small. But then in another branch of the experiment, we flipped a switch and we made the wealth invisible, so people couldn't see each other's wealth. And in that society, we get a completely different outcome despite the same initial starting conditions. In that society, inequality declines dramatically to 0.14. We get a lot of blue dots. Everyone's more cooperative. And all the dots are big. Everyone is much wealthier. So invisibility of wealth reduced inequality and fostered cooperation. And I think, just as a quick example, you can think of that a little bit like school uniforms are an invisibility cloak, right? If you prevent people from displaying their wealth, they're more likely to be able to work together, for example. We looked at a number of other things. This shows the proportion of people cooperating. On the x-axis is the round, the number across time. They played multiple rounds of the experiment. On the y-axis is the proportion of cooperation, and then we had 6 different treatments, different levels of inequality and different levels of wealth visibility. And the punchline from this slide is that actually the amount of inequality didn't vary much at all. What really mattered was the visibility. You can see, regardless of the inequality, the dotted lines show the invisible wealth situations, and all of those are above the visible wealth situations. And actually, these findings broke my egalitarian heart, because when we did this experiment, I really thought we would find that inequality was really bad. But in essence, what we showed was that inequality is apparently only bad if you can see it, which then suggests all kinds of nefarious interventions you might want to consider. Finally, we've begun to do other experiments most recently using artificial intelligence in what we call hybrid systems of humans and machines. Now, what my laboratory is interested in is not so much human-machine interactions, which is a difficult and important topic, how we interact with machines, but rather we're interested in human-human interactions in the face of the presence of machines. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're devising a digital assistant like an Alexa, and you're producing this device. You would program the device so that it would be, for example, very obedient. You would never program the device so that if you wanted to get something from the Alexa, the customer, the owner of the Alexa would have to say, "Excuse me, Alexa, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. If you don't mind, would you please tell me the weather tomorrow?" Right? That would be preposterous, right? The device is programmed so it's obedient. You say, "Alexa, weather," and it responds, okay? So you put this device in your house, and now what happens? Your children learn to be rude. And then they go to the playground, and they are rude to other children. So the machine is modifying human-human interactions. That's what my lab is interested in. In a hybrid system of humans and machines, of which we are increasingly facing many, for example, autonomous vehicles on the highway, where we have human-driven cars and autonomous cars, or bots online, where we have real people and bots, how might those forms of artificial intelligence be programmed so as to enhance virtue in our society? And we've been doing many examples of this, where we add bots to social systems and see how they might modify collective action and enhance social virtues, perhaps by creating positive cascades. And what we've been doing in particular is exploring simple kinds of programming. What we're interested in is not so much the creation of super smart AI to replace human cognition. What we are doing is inventing dumb AI to supplement human interaction. Because the people are smart, little social catalysis, adding some dumb bots to a social system can maybe enhance the virtue of that system. We want programmed agents that can help the humans to help themselves. In one experiment that we published just last year, or a couple of years ago now, I'll just illustrate this one result, and then I'll close with a final set of ideas. Here on the x-axis, once again, we have time, the round of the game. These games last about half an hour or an hour. And on the x-axis, we have a round, and on the y-axis, once again, we have the cooperation rate. On the left, we have a situation in which there are no bots, and you can see this sort of spaghetti plot that the previous speaker spoke with. You can see that across all of the various replicates of the experiment, all the various groups, cooperation declines, just like I showed you with the other experiments. But on the right, we add bots to the system, and these bots behave in a particular way, and we can increase the virtue of that hybrid society of humans and machines. And in fact, we are building on this line of work of adding simple AI endowed bots to these other sorts of situations involving social dilemmas and collective action problems. How can we get groups of people to cooperate better, to coordinate better, to communicate better, to share better? How can simple forms of AI potentially enhance our well-being? And in fact, our primary objective is to create a more favorable environment for intrinsic property, our intrinsic propensity to certain values. So what I want to emphasize here is that we're not making people act better. People have intrinsic motivations to act well. We're making it easier for people to act better. Okay, let me close with a final idea. Most human virtues are social, and they relate to our investment in the lives of others. If you think about virtues, what we really care about when it comes to virtues, or most of them, is how you interact with other people. We do not care very much if you're kind to yourself, or you love yourself, or you're just to yourself. We care whether you're kind to others. Do you love others? Are you just to others? Those virtues, you see, are intrinsically interpersonal. So I'd like to close with one final idea. What accounts for our species' general success in living together in the face of all of our defects and differences? How can we understand the goodness of the social world despite the badness? Now, in theology, this is known as a question of theodicy, theodiki. I don't know how you say that. It's a good Greek word, theodicy. In theology, the question is, how is God to be justified in the face of all the evil in the world? How can we believe in God if there's so much evil and awfulness that happens in the world? Well, I believe analogously that we can focus on what I call sociodicy. This is the vindication of our confidence in the virtue of society despite the numerous failures of society so visible to anyone. And this perspective is in keeping with the Japanese aesthetic philosophy of wabi-sabi, which highlights the flawed beauty of natural and artificial things. In Japanese aesthetics, this is a beautiful bowl. Actually, I think this is a beautiful bowl. It's not like a perfect porcelain bowl, right? It's imperfect, but it's still magnificent. So despite the imperfections, there's something amazing about this situation. And I believe that this is not just idle optimism. Rather, it's a recognition of the fundamental good that lies within us. And this is my last slide. I actually discussed this coevolution of sociality and virtue in a 2019 book called Blueprint, The Evolutionary Origins of a Good Society. And my point is this. To be clear, it's tempting to look at human history as full of abject misery and dysfunction. One can pick any century or millennium and find it replete with horrors, with slavery, with pogroms, with violence, with mendacity, with killing, with awful things of all kinds, every century, every millennium, every place. It's true. And it's also true that there was a dramatic inflection for the better that occurred in the 18th century with the arrival of the Enlightenment, actually, in Europe, and its philosophical values and its scientific discoveries. Life became longer, richer, freer, and more peaceful. But here's my point. We actually do not need to rely solely on recent historical developments to make the world better. A more ancient, more powerful, and deeper force is at work, propelling a good society. We have an inborn propensity to be good, and this goodness, under the usual circumstances of our lives, spreads within social networks and binds us together, equipping us with a capacity to live well with each other. In short, the arc of our evolutionary history is long, but it bends towards goodness. Thank you.
What you see before your eyes has not happened before in Greece. It's something spectacular. We enjoy it very much. And it shows a very common value that our organization have. We want everybody to play together and grow together. And in this setting, we have invited a team from the Special Olympics with the yellow and the light blue and the dark blue uniforms. We're going to play the first match against each other. We also have the members of the Greek national deaf team. Who will be playing against our champions. Mr. Ianu, if I can have your help here with the names of our teams.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Καλώς ορίσατε όλοι σε έναν αγώνα μπάσκετ διαφορετικό από κάθε άλλον. Εδώ, στην εθνική λυρική σκηνή, στο κέντρο πολιτισμού Σταύρος Niarchos. Ο coach Παναγιώτης Γιαννάκης υποδέχεται τον Γιάννη Μπουρούση, τον Γιώργο Παπαγιάννη.
Mr. Papagiannis, George Papagiannis, Margarita Malama, Evina Malci, George Prindezi, Rafael Petala, Panagiotis Dikoudis, Antti Haina, Chrisa Berani, Andrea Gaetano, Agi Diakopoulos, Konstantinos Manolis, Angelos Panakos, Zacharias Penidis, Andreas Vassilopoulos, Rafael Pagnis, and Vangelis Hadjipavlidis.
Thank you very much. David, please tell us a couple of...
It's a true honor to be here. Again, my name is David Evangelista, President and Managing Director of Special Olympics Europe, Eurasia. Perhaps most importantly, a big fan of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, for which we're incredibly honored to be here. Special Olympics is a global movement that uses the power of sport to empower people with intellectual disabilities. What you see here in many ways is, of course, a basketball court, but it's also a classroom, teaching all of us many, many things, not only about sport, but about life. Special Olympics is present in over 190 nations, engaging over 6 million athletes with intellectual disabilities, with over 36 Olympic-type sports. But most importantly, Special Olympics was founded by a woman by the name of Eunice Kennedy Shriver, the late sister of John F. Kennedy, in the year 1968. And the movement was created for people with intellectual disabilities. But 53 years later, in evidence of what's behind us and the partnership we now share with Field of Life and the tremendous support that we receive from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, I'm proud to say that Special Olympics now is a movement from people with intellectual disabilities, inviting all of us to play together. Thank you very much.
And with that note, I would like you to take the ball and pass it to our ref, Billy Apostolidis, and may the Special Olympic teams...
We're going to do a bounce pass.
And we're ready for the Special Olympics team to please have the floor. Game is on.
So Special Olympics right now, what you're about to see is something that Special Olympics implements worldwide in countries all around the world. It's called Unified Sports, bringing people with and without intellectual disabilities together on the same team. We use unified sports as a metaphor to show that if we can play basketball together, then clearly we can work together, we can govern together, we can live together. So let's go, let's play the unified.
Ο πρώτος αγώνας λοιπόν των Special Olympics.
So the first Special Olympics match, Andreas Gaetanis, Agis Diakopoulos, Konstantinos Manolis, and Angelos Panakos. And Mr. Spanakos also participates without disability, and Zacharias Panidis, Andreas Vassilopoulos, Rafael Pagnis, and an athlete with no disability, Mr. Vangelis Hadjipavlidis.
Αυτές οι ομάδες έχουν δημιουργηθεί μέσα από το
These teams have been created through the educational program We Play Together, We Learn Together, with the assistance of SNF, of course.
Πρώτο καλάθι από τον Κωνσταντίνο Μανώλη.
that's what it is. That's what it is. Well said.
So that we don't miss your first words, don't start talking before you walk totally on stage. So give it a couple of steps and then start walking. Start talking. Don't start talking from here.
We'll go again?
Yeah, what do we do? We do the filler. You introduce our organization. The organization. Also the
I already
game.
kind of did that, so you'll do yours.
Okay.
I did mine.
But you'll go also on stage, yes?
I'll go on stage with him, but I did my spiel. So.
Okay.
It's a game. Oish. Now they gotta clear it first, right?
Ενάμιση λεπτό ακόμη μετά το time out. Η ομάδα με τις γαλάζιες εμφανίσεις προηγείται της ομάδας με τις μπλε εμφανίσεις με 8-7. Οι κανόνες είναι οι ίδιοι, όπως ισχύουν στα τουρνουά 3-on-3. Το παρκέ είναι Ολυμπιακών προδιαγραφών. Στη μια πλευρά του πάγκου ο Παναγιώτης Γιαννάκης, στην άλλη πλευρά η Αθηνά Ζέρβα. Με το καλάθι του Ανδρέα Βασιλόπουλου νωρίτερα το σκορ πήγε στην ισοπαλία 8-8, 35 δευτερόλεπτα για το πρώτο.
8-8, 35 seconds.
Τέλος του πρώτου οκταλέπτου, οι δύο ομάδες θα παίξουν και δεύτερο οκτάλεπτο στη συνέχεια.
David, amazing. It's
Well,
a tight game.
It was a good match. It was a good match. I have to say, I've been around to many places watching Special Olympics competitions. This is a first ever. We talk about Special Olympic athletes playing on global stages, but never have I actually played on such a global stage as this. So a huge thanks to the Nostos Conference for this generous invitation to have our athletes play unified. What did you think?
What an amazing display. I saw the guys on the bench right before we started the match. Everybody came in together, all unified, as we say a lot during our meetings and discussions. It's an amazing spectacle. I love it. Allow me to say a couple of words about Field of Life, our organization. We have a mission to be able to create the infrastructure and the stimuli and help children of school age to discover their own talents, and on that to build a very strong character. With the tireless help and support of the Stavros Niarchos Foundation, we inspire to have a clubhouse created in Nikia, the birthplace of Coach Giannis, where children will be able to come after school and take part into programs that will help them build that strong character we aspire for them. And let's move on to the next game that we have against our Deaf Olympians, with the Deaf Olympians against our champions.
Here we go.
Δεύτερο οκτάλεπτο λοιπόν, η ομάδα των κοφών με την ομάδα των ακουόντων. Για την ομάδα των κοφών, Ραφαήλ Πεταλάς.
Deaf Olympians and champions.
Μαργαρίτα Μάλαμα, Εβίνα Μάλτσι και Γιώργος Πρίντεζης. Τους περιμένουμε στο παρκέ. Παίζουμε όλοι μαζί.
We all play together.
Ένας αγώνας μπάσκετ, επαναλαμβάνω, διαφορετικός.
This is a basket match which is different within the framework of Nostos Festival, SNF.
Πρώτο καλάθι από τον Παναγιώτη Τικούδη.
First goal by Panagiotis Tikoudis.
Ο Γιάννης Μπουρούς ισοφάρισε. Ραφαήλ Πεταλάς. Γιώργος Παπαγιάννης. Ραφαήλ Πεταλάς. Ο Γιώργος Πρίντεζης στη θέση του Γιάννη Μπουρούση. Η Εβίνα Μάλτσι στη θέση της Μαργαρίτας Μάλαμα. Και η Χρύσα Βεράνη στην άλλη πλευρά στη θέση της Ανθής Χαϊνά. Γιώργος Παπαγιάννης. Εβίνα Μάλτσι. Ανθή Χαϊνά. Γιώργος Πρίντεζης. Τέλος οκταλέπτου. Οι πρωταθλητές μας νίκησαν με έναν πόντο διαφορά την ομάδα των αθλητών.
Yet another close game.
It's another close match. I have to say our divisioning was solid.
Ήταν ένας αγώνας που κανείς δεν υπερτερούσε πολύ σε σχέση με τον άλλον. Τσίμα-τσίμα θα έλεγα. Πραγματικά. Πριν προχωρήσουμε στο δεύτερο ήμιση του αγώνα των Special Olympics,
what you just witnessed was our deaf Olympians, the members of the Greek deaf national basketball team, playing against our champions. Now we're going to help the champions realize how be making an ear impression which will actually block their hearing in a way. And it's going to be very efficient. And let's see what differences we have in the game. It's going to be very interesting.
So so it's going to be individuals who would not have a hearing impairment playing as if they do.
Exactly.
Simulation complete.
Λοιπόν, για να δούμε. Πλήρης αντιστροφή των ρόλων. Να δούμε τι θα γίνει.
And on with the Special Olympics teams.
Ευχαριστούμε, Δημήτρη, ευχαριστούμε, David. Δεύτερο οκτάλεπτο για τον αγώνα των ομάδων Special Olympics. Ανδρέας Γαϊτάνος, Άγης Διακόπουλος, Κωνσταντίνος Μανώλης και Άγγελος Πανάκος. Μαζί στο παρκέ και η άλλη ομάδα, Ζαχαρίας Κεϊνίδης, Ανδρέας Βασιλόπουλος, Ραφαήλ Παχνής και Βαγγέλης Χατζηπαυλίδης. Και όσο θα διαρκεί αυτό το οκτάλεπτο, το δεύτερο και τελευταίο για τις ομάδες των Special Olympics, οι πρωταθλητές μας θα φορέσουν ακουστικά και θα ετοιμαστούν για μια προσομοίωση απώλειας ακοής για τον πολύ ενδιαφέροντα αγώνα που θα ακολουθήσει, για το πιο ενδιαφέρον οκτάλεπτο του σημερινού τουρνουά εδώ στην Εθνική Λυρική Σκηνή. Ας αρχίσει το δεύτερο οκτάλεπτο των Special Olympics, παρακαλώ. Θυμίζω ότι το πρώτο οκτάλεπτο μεταξύ των δύο ομάδων είχε λήξει ισόπαλο.
There was a draw, I have to remind you, a tie.
Ανδρέας Γαϊτάνος. Κωνσταντίνος Μανώλης. Ανδρέας Βασιλόπουλος. Άγγελος Πανάκος. Καλάθι από το Ζαχαρία Πεϊνήρη.
Zacharias Payniris scored.
Άγης Διακόπουλος.
Agis Diakopoulos. And we have 1.5 minutes for the completion of the second period.
Zacharias Peinidis.
Zacharias Peinidis.
Discuss this. No? Is this the film? I knew it, I understood it, but am I filming now? Is this it? No, everybody's...
Καλάθι και φάουλ, Ζαχαρίας Πeinidis.
Goal and foul by Zacharias Peinidis.
So I want to tie it back to the discussions this morning on mental health and physical health, having access to a doctor, access to a community, access to a team, access to a coach, access to people who care about you.
Τέλος οκταλέπτου, τέλος αγώνα.
End of the 8-minute period, end of the match for the Special Olympics teams. The light blue team has won. But all guys and girls have to be applauded.
What an amazing match again. We had a winner this time.
We definitely had a winner. One thing I did want to share with the group here as our team celebrate, there is a direct connection between all of the discussions this morning on physical health and mental health and access to care and what you see here. Because in many ways, mental health is also found in just these types of matches. The ability to belong to a team, to have a coach, to be part of a community that cares for you, that wants you. There's so much of mental health that comes in this type of inclusive work. And so for that reason and many, many more, we're very grateful for this generous invitation from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to play unified here in the Opera Hall.
And as we prepare for the next segment of our matches, as you may notice, our champions have some green goo sticking out of their ears. That's actually the impression of the ear impression, which actually blocks their hearing partially, which is going to help them understand and play on the same ambience, let's say, as our Deaf Olympians. It is a challenge. Let's see how much of a challenge this is going to be, and later on we're going to discuss all those details. Let's go.
Let's see it.
Pass the ball, David.
Λοιπόν, η ομάδα των κοφών με Ραφαήλ Πεταλά.
Okay, Rafael Petalas, Panagiotis Likoudis, Anthi Hainath, and Christa Vedali. Against Giannis Bourousis, George Papagiannis, Margarita Malama, Evita Mazzi, and George Printzi. And in this match, for this 8-minute period, they cannot hear. So let's start and level inequalities. Let's play together. Goal by Panagiotis Likoudis.
Και οι πρωταθλητές μας προσπαθούν να συνεργαστούν.
Our champions try to cooperate without being able to hear each other. You see what our deaf athletes do. They cooperate wonderfully, and Rafael Petalas has scored.
Ραφαήλ Πεταλάς.
Rafael Petalas.
Και η Χρύσα Βεράνη στον αγώνα.
Χρύσα Veranis enters the game. Evina Maltsi has scored.
Χρύσα Βεράνη.
Χρύσα Veranis. The deaf come first, 4-2.
Γιάννης Μπουρούσης, 4.
Giannis Bourousis, 4-3.
Η Μαργαρίτα Μάλαμα στη θέση της Εβίνας.
Margarita Malama replaces Vida Malsi. George Papagiannis replaces David Bourousis.
Γιώργος Πρίντεζης.
George Printesis.
Γιώργος Παπαγιάννης.
Γιώργος Παπαγιάννης.
Επιστρέφει ο Γιάννης Μπουρούσης και η
Giannis Bourousis is back and our champions, without hearing and speaking, of course, are trying to cooperate as best as they can. Παναγιώτης Δικούδης, again a tie.
5-5.
5-5.
Γιάννης Μπουρούσης.
Giannis Bourousis.
Giannis Bourousis.
Giannis Bourousis, our champions, played without hearing, without communicating with each other. But even when we speak, especially when we speak loudly, usually we never hear what the other person says. Sometimes we don't even hear ourselves. 6-7. Rafael Petalas, tie. 7-7.
Evina.
They actually play on a level field now. Maltsin, 7-8.
Παναγιώτης
Dikoudis, 8-8. And that's the end of the 8-minute period. A tie again. Dimitris and David are going to make some comments and say whether we will have some additional time or whether this match is a tie. You know, everybody is a winner. All participants are winners.
Μπράβο σε όλα τα παιδιά. Ευχαριστούμε όλα τα παιδιά και τους πρωταθλητές μας που ήρθαν εδώ σήμερα για αυτή την προσομοίωση απώλειας ακοής, για τις αξίες της συνεργατικότητας, για την αλληλεγγύη που έδειξαν, για την ενσυναίσθησή τους. Εδώ, στην εθνική λυρική σκηνή, στο πλαίσιο των εκδηλώσεων του Stavros Niarchos Nostos Festival, υπό την καθοδήγηση του Παναγιώτη Γιαννάκη, με την ευγενική χορηγία του Ιδρύματος.
The kind grant by the Stavros Niarchos Foundation. So we're all together. We play together and we play according to the rules. We all play together and we play based on the same rules.
The question, my friend Vangelis, this is the winner. We're not going to have extra time because everybody is a winner. When you're playing together, you always win. And as we prepare for our discussion, we'll allow some time for our athletes to have those ear impressions taken off. So we can have a few minutes to discuss the experience, the difficulties they faced, how special it was for them. David, let's move on to our lounge.
Very good. We'll be joined in just a moment by some of the players and coaches.
Yes.
Στο μεταξύ να αναφέρω Δημήτρη.
And let me mention Dimitri, all the names, and David, after thanking Mr. Andreas Drakopoulos, the co-president who's with us today and who allows us to carry out such beautiful social events. Giannis Bourousis, George Papagiannis, Margarita Malama, Evina Maltsi, Giorgos Pridezis, Rafael Petalas, Panagiotis Dikoudis, Anthi Haina, Chryssa Verani, Andreas Gaitanos, Alkis Diakopoulos, Κωνσταντίνος Μανόπουλος, Άγγελος Πανάκος, Ζαχαρίας Πενίδης, Ανδρέας Βασιλόπουλος, Ραφαήλ Παγνής, and Ευάγγελος Χατζηπαυλίδης. A warm round of applause.
Ο coach Παναγιώτης Γιαννάκης θα καθοδηγήσει.
Coach Panagiotis Giannakis will guide the players to the front of the court. I give the floor to the other two gentlemen, Dimitris and David.
Hi, guys. We're also expecting Special Olympic members.
Yes, we have a coach and a Special Olympic athlete coming down.
Coach. David, you will allow me to be standing.
Please, please, please.
And this is how teamwork works.
It's an honor to sit next to the coach.
It's our most beloved coach, for sure. Coach, you couldn't hear a thing of the last game that was played. Please give us some insights of your experience.
Look, these kids, they have hard work. Okay. Αυτά τα παιδιά έχουν σκληρή δουλειά να κάνουν. Δεν είναι τόσο απλό να μην
ακούς. It's not easy to play and be deaf at the same time. Honestly, I really enjoyed this experience because without knowing, we have around us people, children who have great strength within them, great inner strength, and we thank them for the message they have conveyed, i.e. that this inner strength just needs to be triggered. For example, basketball is one of these triggers, and it can allow them to express themselves and to show their true character and their skills, their remarkable skills. It was hard for me to have these earplugs in my ears and not be able to hear. It was really a different experience, and I'm really happy that they all love the same sport we do, basketball. And of course, what they do is truly remarkable. All these children, we thank them for the life lessons they have offered us so generously in our daily lives. They've taught us so much. Thank you very much.
David, would you like to offer a question to our Special Olympics guests?
Sure, if you'd be happy to translate for me. Of course. Very good. So, to my Special Olympics Hellas friends, question first for the athlete and then for the coach. For the athlete, how long have you been playing basketball for Special Olympics Hellas, and what's your favorite position?
Η πρώτη ερώτηση ήταν πόσο καιρό παίζετε για τις Special Olympics Hellas και η δεύτερη ποια είναι η αγαπημένη σας θέση μέσα στο παιχνίδι.
I've been playing basketball for 1 year, and my favorite position is to score goals. That's what I like doing the most. That's my favorite position.
Shooting guard, exactly. Let me, I'm gonna make believe this is a White House press briefing, and I'm gonna follow up with a question to the athlete. To the audience, what does basketball mean to you for the past year?
Τι σημαίνει για σας το μπάσκετ αυτό το τελευταίο χρόνο?
It means having fun. I enjoy myself.
Thank you. I can't think of something better for mental health than having fun. So I thank you very much. To the coach, I'll address you in English. You can respond in Greek. But what is it that moved you to coach a team of people with and without intellectual disabilities? Of all the things you could be doing, of all the ways you could coach, what brought you and what kept you in the movement of Special Olympics?
Στα ελληνικά θα απαντήσω.
I'll answer in Greek. It's a long story, and a lot of people who've been working in special education have some personal experience or some inner driving force which makes them decide to become involved. The same applies in my case. The truth is that not everybody is suitable for everything. We're not all fit for purpose. If we all find what we're good at, where we feel comfortable, and what we like doing, and where we can contribute the most, we would have a better society, a society where everybody could contribute in the best possible way. Now, if I have some time, please allow me to say that this particular court is truly a wonderful court, and it's a true life experience. And the participants come from a part of society which needs more light. They need to be in the light more. And I think that this is something that's been granted them thanks to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation through the play together, learn together program where we create unified teams, so mixed teams of athletes. And I think that we are moving towards the light. Thank you very much.
Well, that's excellent. Before we pass on to the other members of the panel, I would be remiss if I did not say once again a huge thank you to Special Olympics Hellas, to all of the volunteers, to the coaches, to the athletes, to our unified platform. A special thanks also to Starkey Hearing Instruments that came all the way from the States to offer these ear impressions, which really did create a new type of experience. And it underscores things that we take for granted. It underscores how sport really does unite us. Despite all of the different abilities that we saw on the court, there was one common denominator. We were together. There was a game being played. And so you're right, we may not all be fit for purpose, but maybe we all fit together. And so thank you very much. Over to you, to the panel.
I would like to make a question to Giannis, Bourousis, and Giorgos Pridis alike. It's when we first discussed about the possibility of you playing with us on stage today, on this amazing stage, it was kind of a strange feeling, what you were hearing. It was difficult to believe, maybe. Now that it's, we've had our matches, we played ball on stage, with the Deaf Olympians, what's the feeling after playing without the ability to hear, as you normally hear the game of basketball? What was the differences? Did you face any difficulties?
First of all, I would like to greet you all. It has been a great experience being here today and trying to play basketball in conditions that are a way of life for other people. I think it's very, very difficult. Unfortunately, they have some issues, and it's very difficult for them to move on in society. And it's, again, what you mentioned before. Everybody could do something positive vis-à-vis these people that have some disabilities. And I have seen that, I realized that everybody has to do their best. Hello. It's a great joy to be here, indeed. Right from our first discussion, I expressed my most positive feelings to be part of this magic. I have nothing to add. Feelings are unique. Sometimes it's something we say for our lives. You have to get into the shoes of the other to fully realize what it's about. Some people hear less, some people cannot hear at all. It's a real life lesson. You have to take the place of the other to understand the challenges and difficulties and the efforts these persons have to make to do what they love. Thank you.
Giorgo, a question for you. You played against our Deaf Olympians. They were very inspired to play against you guys. How much happiness do you think you have given through participating today for them? And do you believe that such matches will be able to make their everyday lives better and feel much better when being included in sports with every one of us?
Good afternoon. This experience today was one of a kind. I've never felt like this before. Sometimes we may take things for granted. We lost our hearing when we put on these instruments, and for 8 minutes we had a hard time. And this is something we're not used to. So for 8 minutes, things were different for us in basketball. in the matches that we play. And this really made us realize a lot of things. And we understood how other people feel, people who have problems on a daily basis. And sometimes these problems may be even worse than loss of hearing. So I would like to say that I respect them fully and I really admire them because they fight to have a better future, but also for the people they love and who might have a similar problem as they do. So I don't know what else to say, honestly. Society must help these people more. There must be more actions like this one today in order for everybody to get the future they deserve. Thank you.
And before we move to the audience questions, Evina and Margarita, you work closely with kids lately as basketball coaches. Do you find any similarities in the way the game is played with the Special Olympics team that you just watched and the Deaf Olympians that you played against?
So, good afternoon. Can you hear me? So, first of all, let me particularly thank you for the invitation. As was mentioned by the coach, this team and these children may ask for more light, but today I had more light in my life because I had a great experience, a unique experience. I got together and played side by side with colleagues who have a difference, who are different. And congratulations on what you've done. It's very good to be close to our fellow citizens. Today, as was mentioned by the people before me, we stepped into the shoes of other athletes. We weren't able to hear, just like they can't hear every day in their lives. But the magic thing that happened to me, and this is something I actually discussed with my new friends, my newly found friends, the athletes that I just met. I don't want to dwell on the differences. I want to dwell on the similarity. So we all had fun. We enjoyed ourselves for 8 minutes. We played on an equal footing. This was the first time that I couldn't hear coach. I couldn't hear the coach talking to me. We couldn't talk to one another. We couldn't communicate verbally. We couldn't say screen change. So we had to use our other senses to communicate. And I don't know if the children felt that they were equal to us, but I felt equal to you. And thank you for the experience granted. Thank you. So, good afternoon. Thank you very much. It was a great joy for me to participate in this event. So the question, if I understood correctly, is if I felt a difference because I've been working with children for many years. So the difference I felt today playing here by these athletes is that they really enjoyed it. They felt it. They were so happy to be participating, and they were happy every time in the warm-up during the actual game. They played with all their senses. So they really enjoyed it, and so did we. So what I'd like to add is that we are here in this world to be happy, and such games offer great joy and happiness. And I think that the coach offers his soul. He puts his soul in what he does, and he really helps the children. And thank you for the invitation once again.
We would like to invite you, if you have any questions for our champions or Special Olympics guests, please raise your hand and the microphone will come to you for a question. I see no questions coming forward, so it's a wrap. We want to thank you very much for being with us today.
Να ευχαριστήσουμε για μια ακόμη φορά τους πρωταθλητές μας, όλα τα παιδιά που μας συγκίνησαν και μας έδωσαν ένα πελώριο μάθημα ζωής σήμερα, και βεβαίως ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ στο γήπεδο ζωής που γεννήθηκε με πρωτοβουλία και ιδρυτική δωρεά του Ιδρύματος Σταύρος Νιάρχος και αποτελεί το αμάγαλμα του οράματος του Προέδρου του Ιδρύματος, του κυρίου Δρακόπουλου για να βοηθήσει να δημιουργηθούν ευκαιρίες εξέλιξης για όλα τα παιδιά και τους νέους, ειδικά σε περιοχές με περιορισμένη πρόσβαση σε τέτοιες ευκαιρίες, αλλά και το όραμα του Παναγιώτη Γιαννάκη, του CEO του οργανισμού, να βοηθήσει τις νέες γενιές και να προσφέρει όσο μπορεί στην περιοχή που τον ανέδειξε. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους. Εις το επανειδήν. Καλό καλοκαίρι.
Thank you. Have a nice summer.
Thank you. You played great. How do you, oh, good. You understand English. Perfect. You played great. I'll go the other way too.
Went out to gather reports in the field and to interview people, and we liked that. Puseletso, what was your highlight for today?
My highlight for today was a very pleasant day, you know, getting to meet people from all the 10, from across over 10 countries. Yes, it's over 10 countries of the people who are here. We've made friends with people from the US, basically made friends with everybody. And then hearing their views. We're learning Greek. You know, learning the language Greek, and also getting to know what the attendees understand about health, you understand? And we also had a basketball match. Could have gotten an autograph, but hey, guys, you know, I'm down here and everybody's up there. So what did you take from today?
Well, first of all, what you need to remember is that this basketball game wasn't just your average basketball game. It was a very important game. It was all about inclusion. So you had athletes who are Special Olympics athletes. You had athletes who are hearing impaired. And they faced off against, you know, professional athletes who've won titles, European titles, etc. And I think the tallest one there must be Giannis, and that would definitely be the hardest one to get the autograph from. Yeah, but it was a good sport, good time, and it was definitely worth watching.
That's cool. My highlight was when I got to do the CPR. I literally had to practice. It was good. It was a good lesson from Matthew Tashwell on CPR and stop the bleeding. We had a literal, practical feel of how you need to do it, how the compressions, what to look out for, and I really love that part. I'm like, yo, this is good. At least I have learned how to stop the bleed when someone is bleeding and how to go about CPR when someone really needs it in that moment.
And I hope the thousands of people who came here for the Nostos Health have learned a lot. And people, like we have about thousands of people who are here. Some are from foundations that are also taking part in the exhibition and stuff like that. So beautiful people, welcome to the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Center. And do not forget that we have a website. Our website is snfnostos.org, and we are using the hashtags SNF Nostos and hashtag SNF Nostos Health.
I'm going to reserve Zanele for now because we are going to bring her soon in a bit. So please just relax. I want us to, earlier on today, remember we looked at mental health. So we got to talk about what mental health is, what people think mental health is, mental health and stigma. What is our take-home message on mental health today? What do we have to say to the people on mental health? Andreas, what's your take-home message on mental health?
I mean, I stand by what I said earlier today, you know, honesty with yourself, transparency with yourself, honesty towards everyone, you know, it's just not being ashamed of it. Everyone has an issue with their mental health, and you know, you mustn't be ashamed of it. It's not your fault, and it's always something that can get better. There are better days. Although there is hardly a better day than one's birthday, so I'd like to shout out a happy birthday to Nota, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yes.
So, yeah, and I think that was my takeaway from the Mental Health Day, and I think we should pass it on to Pusiletta.
My takeaway on mental health today is, you know, the first thing to do. The first thing to do is to acknowledge that you are not okay. Admitting that you are not okay is the first step to getting help. That's what I took away from today. Because like we spoke a lot about that. And beautiful people, I told you that I'm a singer, right? So I'm just going to sing a little bit for Nota, yes.
Oh, yes. Nota.
Nota.
This is for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Do you know the Greek one? I'm not doing it by myself. Sorry, I'm too shy.
Which one? Which is the Greek one?
The Greek one.
Greek happy birthday.
No, I don't know.
It's okay. That's the one thing you should have learned.
He should teach us after the show.
After the show.
Definitely.
Anyone got a birthday tomorrow so they can sing it in Greek?
Most definitely will. Okay. My takeaway on mental health was what mental health is and the report that we got from people, how it's important for our mental well-being to be in a proper state, and how we learned that when your mental health is fine, you are going to perform better because it's a driving force to your being as a person. We remember we gave an example of how a car has an engine, right? And if the engine in that car is working well, the car is going to function very well because the engine is the major functional part of the vehicle. And the opposite is true. When the engine is down, the car is not moving because the engine is down. And mental well-being is the engine of me as an individual. When I'm mentally fine, I'm going to perform very well. And when I'm mentally ill, my performance won't be up to standard. And I think that's what I took out from today.
Yeah.
But of course, we have Zanele, the youth reporter, in the building.
Of course.
We are broadcasting live at Stavros Nostos Culture Center. So Zanele, tell me about your day. How was it?
Besides being on my feet the whole day, I must say my favorite Greek expression is "bore." I'm just joking. I'm
that
kidding,
mean?
you guys. I'm kidding. Andrea's taught me. I have no idea what it means.
I've taught her the wrong things. Don't
But
pay
then,
attention to that.
my take out for today would actually be that you don't have to be an expert to know better on mental health. The little that you can do can go a long way, and it can impact a lot of people. I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to say that an esteemed gentleman that I interviewed today stopped 7 people from committing suicide. And he's only 20 years old.
Wow.
Imagine that.
Really?
Just imagine.
You said you talked to him, you had an interview with him?
Well, before the interview took place, I went to the virtual reality center. So they offer a lot of activities, including meditation. Since we're talking mental health, I wanted to try the experience for my own, and it was great. I literally fell asleep during meditation, you guys. Now, it's great because I believe that a lot of people can't get the grip of meditation exercises, you know, the breathing techniques and stuff. You can't remember everything, but with virtual reality, everything just comes. It's a calming experience. You're not distracted by anything. It's just you and your being. It was an awesome experience, you guys.
Silly question, but you said you fell asleep during the meditation.
Yes, I did.
In the VR.
Yes,
so
I did.
how are you sure you're awake in reality and not still in the VR? Maybe it's the
And
Matrix.
just come on.
Could we hear the interview? You said
Of course. I don't want to spoil everything for you guys, so I'd rather let you hear the interview for yourself.
We'll be happy.
I'm glad.
Do overdoses and stuff like that. So I asked my doctor if I can take cannabis instead, and she said, yeah, sure. I have like a morning routine. I wake up every morning at 6:30, and I do a little bit of push-ups and crouches.
So you basically use fitness as your...
Yeah, I use a little bit of fitness and cold showers every morning, because cold showers help you like relax and decompress like all the stress from your body.
Okay.
Yes.
But you can see progress, right?
Like when I was 15, 16 years old, I couldn't speak to anyone, and I was afraid of crowded places.
At all?
Yeah, at all. But now I'm fine. I have some like issues sometimes when there are a lot of people looking at me, like in the university sometimes.
But how did you cope with school? Because that should have been hectic.
I have a stress ball, or a thing that we say here, koboloi. It's like 2 balls and you play with your fingers.
So if you don't mind me asking,
Yeah.
have you ever resorted to self-harm?
Yeah, I have. I tried 12 times to kill myself.
Those are suicide attempts?
Yes, suicide attempts. As you can see, I'm here, I'm fine. I haven't done since 18 years old. And then I decided that,
So you're 2 years self-harm
yeah,
free.
and I'm like, okay, maybe it's a universe thing that the universe doesn't want me to die. And I speak about it to a lot of people, friends or strangers, to help them and to understand that it's not a taboo to have depression or have problems with yourself, and I can try to help them. I actually have saved 7 people from suicide attempts, yes.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
You're such a fascinating human being. I
Thank
hope you
you,
know
thank you.
that.
Thank you.
so much. Okay, that was the interview that I had with Andrew Varisti, a very kind and esteemed gentleman. So if you guys didn't hear anything from the interview, he mentioned that he survived 12 suicide attempts, and then he was diagnosed with severe depression at the age of 15 and social anxiety at the age of 8. So, but then what was the highlight of the interview was that he didn't mention having a shoulder to cry on or someone to refer to as he was going through this journey of his life. What he mentioned, though, was that since he has social anxiety, he uses a stress ball to distract himself. Like, literally, guys, a stress ball. He went through high school using a stress ball to distract himself. And I was so happy to hear that he's officially 2 years self-harm free. Like, that was the highlight of my, he's literally 2 years self-harm free. And that meant a lot for me because we're all doing mental health awareness, ways in which we can cope once we figure out that we're suffering some type of illness, because he only found out when he was 15 that he has social anxiety. So he had to adapt, and then, you know, the attention from the doctors and everything, it all made him anxious all over again. So he had to find something to distract himself, which is what links him from the virtual experience to the kind of personality that he has, because he's some kind of a tech guru. Like, he enjoys being in the tech space and all that. So with that being said, guys, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we'll be back to talk more all things mental health today, and also our highlights for today.
Yes.
So yeah.
Break time.
We run the streets of Africa, from Ivory Coast to the Democratic Republic of Congo, Tanzania, Zambia, South Africa, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso, Cameroon, Niger, and the Central African Republic. You better not touch that dial, because we're here to amplify youth voices. Amplify youth voices. The Children's Radio Foundation.
Okay, we are back. That was a short break. So we're looking at mental health and concluding on what we had earlier on said. Before we close, Zanele came in with a nice interview that she had and how her friend survived a lot of suicide attempts, and we have learned a lot on how to relieve yourself of the stress. Now, right about now, we know that we've had a lot of nice and interesting topics of discussions. A lot of people came to us today and talked about a lot of things. There has been a lot of programs going on today, and I want you, my friends, to tell me, what was your highlight? Who did you see? What did you like about today? What talk did you attend?
Well, you know, the one thing that really took my attention, you know, really caught my eye was Brian Lobel, I think that's his name. I'm not good with names. And he talked about, you know, a 20-year experience with cancer. Now, by itself, that's a very heavy subject, and he actually went into some very heavy, you know, facets thereof. And one thing that really caught me was this comparison of cancer to a country, and how cancer patients are all like citizens of the same country. They've got their own language, their own dialect, and it really offers a completely different point of view to cancer, to an outsider. Because usually we think of the one patient, the singular patient. We don't think of the totality of patients that, you know, go through the same thing and have shared experiences and shared emotions about this thing that they face, this beast.
Yeah, on Brian Lobel, a question that's still in my mind, it's still running through my mind. He asked that, well, he said that, like, the students that, in 2015, he asked students that, will people ever see me as a person or as a person who had cancer? That's the question that stood out for me from Brian Lobel. And also on the SNF talks, I liked Beatrice's talk. There's a quote that she made. She said, like, the lack of respect on young people's sexual health. So it's pretty much amazing to see young people go on an international platform to discuss the sexual health. Understand? Because in South Africa, especially mainly the black society, it's a taboo for me to go there and go discuss, oh no, I wanna, the abortion is free, and then I can go to a clinic and, you know, it's unlikely to be heard of. So that's what stood out for me. Young people on the international platform discussing the sexual health.
Interesting. Zanele, what did you take out from today's SNF talks?
First of all, I'm going to say that great minds think alike because, wow. But then Mary Ann's talk, Mary Ann Nobele, one of our own, her talk stood out for me because it spoke to young people and their privacy and in mental health, in health facilities and sexual education, or not having the necessary resources that we need to educate ourselves sexually, but then having the resources, which is kind of useless because we get stigmatized by frontline workers. It's a lot, but then what I took out from her talk was that she had to experience something for her to learn, of which she put her mind and her body at a risk, because she mentioned that she bled for 5 months, which is a lot. You can't be bleeding for 5 months when you have healthcare workers who are there to be supporting you and helping you throughout whatever is going through your body, because you're young, you need to be educated, you need to be taught about when A and B and C happens, these are the consequences. But instead of getting help at a health facility, she got stigmatized. So that for me would just raise flags like on everything sexual health.
Thank you so much. That was interesting. Puselezo and Zanele, do you guys know what the word Nostos means? Not Andreas. He knows.
I do.
Not you.
I'm so embarrassed because I have no idea.
Mike taught us just yesterday, and you know, it's been a busy day, so
Don't
I sort
worry.
of forgot.
Don't worry.
Can I pretend to be clever?
Yes, please.
Our field reporters went in the field today and they asked us, and they are going to tell us.
So I think that Nostos in Greece means memories.
Nostos is the feeling of missing home. I think it means nostalgia from the Greek word.
Hi, Nostos means getting back to an ideal state.
Okay, Nostos, I believe that first of all means exchanging of ideas, new ways of thinking, dialogue, diversity of speakers, deep knowledge, experience, fun, and summer.
Oh my God, a magic trick. Zanele's disappeared.
And as Mulimba mentioned earlier on, our youth reporters went out to engage with the participant. So we also asked the questions, what are you excited to see in this conference? So let us hear from the views of the contestants.
Hi, my name is Luis Caridad. I'm really excited to learn about the health initiative that's going to be unveiled or spoken about in detail
after the opening remarks.
Σήμερα είμαι πιο ενθουσιασμένη για να δω κυρίως τη συναυλία, γιατί δεν έχω παρακολουθήσει αρκετές. Οπότε είναι κάτι που θέλω να παρακολουθήσω και θέλω να δω πολύ τι ακριβώς θα δούμε μέσα στη βιβλιοθήκη.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to be here. I mean, like the first thing he said it's like to be with my peer. We have been working on this for about like since February till now. And I like look forward to learn a lot during this day because like it is an opportunity for young people to like take some expertise from the expert and grow.
Είμαι πάρα πολύ ενθουσιασμένη για να μάθω για την υγεία, γιατί εφόσον είμαι στο 2022 είναι απαραίτητο να ξέρουμε για τον υγιεινό τρόπο ζωής. Πρέπει να αλλάξουμε τις συνήθειές μας, οπότε είναι μια ευκαιρία να μάθω νέα πράγματα και νέες συνήθειες.
Quite excited to be here today, and I would say that I'm most excited about seeing my friends give speeches about things that are really important to them and that sort of represent the youth in general, because I think that for us this is a great sort of pedestal per se to express ourselves and say something about problems that are really not often discussed.
Yes, one last question for the contestants. I'm such a princess. I'm such a pageant princess, you know. What brought you here today? So that's what we went out to search for.
I was invited by the Stavros Foundation, and this is a philanthropic organization that really changes the environment.
It's a field trip with my school. We had this opportunity to be part of this huge commission by Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and now we're here.
I have been invited to participate actively in one of these panels, more precisely in the inequality health issue discussion.
I'm working here in the building, and we like to see a lot of people coming and have fun, enjoy. To stay all day.
Well, okay, a bunch of interesting opinions. I couldn't help but notice some of those were in Greek, and I feel very privileged to be able to understand them. Anyway, before we carry on, because we've got stuff left for you, we've got a couple of more announcements, the final announcements for the day. What follows from now? The first thing that follows, of course, is the SNF Nostos Run, starting at 8:30 at the Kalimarmarin Stadium near Zapion. The 10-kilometer run with all the runners going through a detour and then ending up right here at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center. And at 8:45, the 6-kilometer run, which is without the detour. It's the same starting point, the same ending point, and that's where my person's running. My money's on my best friend, Ellie Savitz. So put your hands together for her, or don't, you know, put your hands together for all of them. It's a figure of speech, don't do it. Now, the things we've got after that, a concert, a very nice concert, Greek band, very big Greek band, Locomondo, for anyone looking for an upbeat ska rhythm. And after that, we've got a wonderful drone show. I think it's 350 drones up in the sky, illuminated drones, so they're going to be doing fancy stuff with lights and colors and all that. So that's why the sun needs to be down. So that's why it's late in the day. And after that, we've got a DJ set here in the Agora, right outside, where most of you probably are right now. A thing I would like to say is thank you to all of you who are listening, have been listening throughout the day, have been joining us, have been, you know, answering our field reporters, their various questions and all that. You've been wonderful, as has been this whole foundation.
Just a